Regular meeting, City of Dilley City Council, August 11, 2026, located at 116 East Miller Street, Dilley, Texas, 78017. Call meeting to order. It is 6:30 p.m. Roll call, please.
Oh, shoot.
Francisco Ochoa, Utility Clerk.
Everardo Castillo Jr., Mayor Pro Tem.
Eric Aranda, place number 2, present.
Mayor Alexandria Inocencio, present.
Marisa Torres, place 3, present.
Joe Garcia, place 4, here.
Alberto Gomez, place 5, present.
Thank you. We do have a quorum. If we can all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States and Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Invocation, please. Mr. Alvarez.
Let us pray. Gracious God, we ask your blessings for the city council and for all men and women who serve this community. We thank you for the skills and energies they bring to their duties. We thank you also for the families, colleagues, and staff who support them in their work. Holy Father, as these public servants said to their work, may the civic virtues of fairness, honesty, cooperation be joined to the spiritual values of humility, compassion, reconciliation, and joy. All these things we pray in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Item 5, citizens to be heard. This is the opportunity for citizens, visitors, and guests to address the City Council on any issue or agenda item in compliance with LGC Section 551.007. City Council may not discuss any presented issue, nor may any action taken on any issue at this time. Citizens to be heard are limited to 3 minutes each. Attorney General Opinion JC 0169. No, we do not have any citizens to be heard. Item 6, Mayor's Message and Department Reports. I just want to welcome everybody who is present today, tuning in on our live. Thank you for your interest in continuing your involvement with the City of Dilley. 6A, City Administrator Report. Council, the report is in your agenda packet. Do y'all have any questions for Ms. Moran?
Mayor, Council, I do
Yes,
want to
ma'am.
add a few things regarding bringing you all up to date regarding where we're at with the water meter swap, the new water meters. And Rudy can help me fill in any gaps. The company is called HST, which is the subcontractor who is going to be doing the installations. They started today doing what we call the cleaning out of the meters. So basically we put a flyer that looks like this in our city's website that's letting the public know that if they see this logo and see these trucks, that's what they're doing. They're out there right now just cleaning out the dirt and debris from the meter boxes.
They're concentrating, they started on Amen Edition and Disco. Cleaning out the dirty meters, checking the old meter boxes. Give me a lid, I have to replace some of them. Drill in the little hole in the lid where the little sensor's gonna be. They're doing all that, right? That's like preliminaries. They haven't replaced any meters yet.
And we did reach out to Tyler Technology, which is our Encode system that does our utility billings. We are going to require them
Call it
to,
a master meter swap list. Encodes has to provide that to us from Ms. Ochoa. And we can start working with the company to start actually replacing the meters.
replacing them and then
So
replacing
we
the
can't-
addresses,
Can't
the
start until we
numbers.
get that list.
Yeah. But we've already contracted with Encode, and so they've already assigned a program manager to us that will be working with Ms. Ochoa and Rudy to enter all that data of the old meters and the new meters, the numbers, the identifications, all of that. So that is also already in the works. It's a training that they'll come down and do. So it's a process, but I wanted to report to you all that we've already got it started.
Six B, Finance Director Report. Council, do y'all have any questions for Mr. Alvarez?
No, ma'am.
No questions. Going on to six C, Police Department Report. Do we have any questions for our chief, Mr. Hernandez, Chief Hernandez?
No, ma'am.
Six D, Public Works Department Report. Any other questions for Mr. Olivares? Our city secretary is not present. Do you have anything, Franny, to report? Okay. Going on to six F, Municipal Court Report.
Present.
No questions. Six G, Library Department Report. Six H, Human Resources Report. Okay, that concludes item six.
Mayor, one other item, I just wanted
Yes, ma'am.
to remind y'all that tomorrow starts the senior brunch. And we've been getting a lot of calls, seniors that are interested in attending. So the library has been busy planning bingo and craft activities for them, but we've gotten a lot of interest and calls. So hopefully we'll have a good turnout.
Nice.
What time does that begin tomorrow?
At 10 o'clock from
10
10
a.m.?
to 12.
Is there any type of transportation for people needing that assistance?
We don't have any transportation, but that is something that we can certainly visit with the Alamo Area Council of Government and their transportation and see if they can help provide something for us in the future. But it's something to look into. But the city itself doesn't have, a van or anything that we can provide transportation. So we'll see how it turns out.
Okay.
I know that in the future, I don't, there are some, like the nursing homes, once they start finding out, they'll bring some of their clients over to attend the activities as well. So we're hoping to reach out to them. And they bring a van with their clients.
Thank you, Ms. Moran. Item number seven, action to consent agenda. 7A, approve minutes of the July 14, 2026 regular meeting, July 21st, 2026 special meeting. If there are no corrections, council, I ask for a motion.
Mayor, if there's no questions, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 3, Marisa Torres. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 8, review of bills paid. 8A, July 2026 bills. Council, the floor is open for questioning and discussion.
Ms. Moran, I see that there's a payout for financial services. Would this be the last payment to Ms. Pratt?
We're still working with Ms. Platt. She works to prepare the reconciliations for us. She's also working with us on the budget and getting prepared for the budget. And at that time, we'll then finish when we adopt the budget. But she's been reconciling all our bank statements, preparing some of these financial information that's presented to you all.
But we already have an assistant, correct?
Yes, yes. And they will start taking over some of those duties. But right now, the most important thing that we're using is especially we're having meetings and working on preparing the budget and having that ready for adoption.
There are no further questions or discussions. Council, I entertain a motion.
May I make a motion, we accept the bills paid as it's shown?
Motion made by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I
Who was the opposed?
did.
If we can please raise hands when we're voting so I can identify. Thank you. 4-2-1, motion passes. 9 presentations. 9A, presentation of donation from Best Friends Animal Society. Ms. Moran. And Mr. Omar Hernandez.
We received a check for $5,000 from Best Friends Animal Society. And it's called the NWS grant. And I believe that we have received this in the past. So this is our first time. And Omar can explain that this is not specific to any particular project. They reached out to us all. How they reached out to us.
Back in the beginning of July.
Can you check the microphone, please?
Back in July, the first week of July, I received an email from Best Friends Society. This is help on the rescue of the animals and all that stuff. And talking to me about a grant, that there was a grant. And or after what's the basis to it. And better. No, they reach out to me and through email and about this grant. There was a 2,500 for medical services and 2,500 for medication. And this was due to, I don't know if y'all are aware of the NWS. We're infested with the New World screwworm, and it's affecting a lot of our farmers in surrounding areas. And a lot of the counties around us, they are in an infestation zone. So we are in a watch area, and but it's mainly the cattle. We have not had cases of domesticated animals, but since we qualify for that. So I asked what was the requirement, and then they said that we just need a copy of the W-9. So I reached out to finance department, and they were so helpful in that matter. So I just give a copy, send an email. Everything is on email. It's documented in an email conversation. And so we were able to accept this. When I accepted it, and then I received it in here in the mail. I asked if it was we have to keep the receipts and invoices about everything, and if it was only exclusive for the NWS, and it's described in the email, then no, that it was open for any other situations. And so that's the way it happened. So we got that here already, and it's just ready to go.
And there's another donation, and then I'll turn it over to Austin because the city doesn't really have a policy on how we accept these donations and you know, how they should be accounted for. And I've asked Austin to give us some guidance on how we should be handling this, because there are some legal requirements that we should be aware of. The other donation was from the Hauser Ranch. We received a letter August the 3rd regarding that they were donating the funds to purchase a cooler fan, which is much needed for the welfare of the animals in our facility. And so they sent 3 separate checks in the amounts of $633 each. And I think there's different donors, Albert Hauser, Robert Hauser, and Will Hauser. And they each gave separate checks. And that is exclusively for the Animal Control Center for the purchase of the cooler fan, which we have already
We are in the
ordered,
process, yes.
ordering it. So I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Austin here.
Sure, I'm getting feedback. Well, that's super sensitive. Good. So yeah, so gifts will have to come to council for y'all to act to accept. They generally have to have they have to be designed to accomplish a public purpose. So, and to meet that requirement, we generally recommend that y'all have like a resolution and make sure if there's any conditions, like she was describing, it's for a particular item or something, that council to accept the funds also has to agree to use them for that purpose. And so this would need to come as an action item. And in the future, if there's anyone approaches anyone in the city and says, hey, I want to give donations, that's great. It just needs to float through Ms. Moran so we can get on the agenda and have the resolution ready for y'all and make sure the donors on board with, are there any stipulations? I think the first one was just a general donation, but it does sound like it's for animal control, right? So we would at the very least say it's designated for expenses for that department or something like that. And on the city's end, if the donor ever comes back and says, I want proof that you spent it the way it was intended, we need to make sure there's a paper trail, right? That we can produce receipts and things that show this is how it was spent. So if this is something y'all want to do, we can bring it back at the next meeting.
Council, do you have any questions regarding the acceptance of the process of accepting the donations?
Didn't we used to have a donation line item for you?
Yes.
Yes.
It is already set up and it is already set up in the system in the front.
Mhm.
But this, so they set them up apart because it was for specific purposes. And like, for example, when Ms. Moran was saying those three checks for the house or family, it comes with a letter. And it's very specifically what they want and so that's what's gonna be followed.
Mhm.
On the NWS grant, which is from the Best Friends Society, it is a specific, but the detail on the conversations on email, it's on my work phone and it's already printed and to the finance department as well. So those two big donations, they have a specific purpose, but it's documented very well. And then also for your information, I have a donation log that Mr. Rudy have access to it. And everything that is donated, everything and anything that is donated, it's there. So any day you want to have access to it, or would you get to just reach out? It's there. It's been there for years. So all the amount of donations, it's been there all the time.
And part of if y'all were a home rule city, there's less issue with this, but as a general city, part of the problem we run into is you have to have an authorizing statute to do pretty much anything you want to do. It's just, we've got to be able to point to a state law that says you can do it, right? There isn't a crystal clear law that says general law cities can accept small donations like that. I'm happy to look into it if that's something y'all are doing. At the very least, I would recommend some kind of policy that lays out, what are those for? The last thing we want to do is, if someone makes a donation and happens to get out of a ticket the same day, right? You don't want to look in like it's some kind of quid pro quo. And, there's a variety of other reasons why it's not a good idea to just accept donations like that without some kind of structure to how it's going to get spent, and that the person donating the money understands how it's going to get spent. So we can look at that moving forward, but
Okay. Thank you. Wilmer, thank you again for all the service that you provide to the community through your department. And this definitely shows your work for our donors wanting to come and donate to the department for the good. Thank you.
Teamwork.
Yes, sir. 9B, employee recognition for professional certification achievements for Adrian Martinez, wastewater operator. No other presentations.
Mayor, we're going to table this. Mr. Adrian Martinez wasn't able to be here this evening.
Thank you. 9C, presentation of Evolution Welding and Fabrication to the City of Dilley and the economic development and employment opportunities associated with the company's investment in the community.
Yes, Mayor, as you all are aware, we have a new company called Evolution Welding and Fabrication. Their main headquarters is out of Florida, and I just wanted to let you all know that they purchased a building here, and you probably have seen some of the flyers that were posted on the city's website regarding they already are starting their hiring process. The main thing that I want to bring out is that this company is investing in Dilley. It is partially located in the city and county, and they want to host a big open house sometime in September. And so we'll be working closely with their marketing representatives to prepare for this. It's going to create jobs. It's going to give our residents an opportunity to work closer to home and develop some very valuable skills. They build roll-off containers that are used in some of the solid waste companies that they use. It is a fabricating company. If you get a chance to visit their website, it is a very interesting website, and they're wanting to expand here in Texas. So they purchased almost 50 acres, and they're looking to continue to expand on that property. So as we work with them, we'll be bringing you all more information, but I did want to let you all know that it is building the workforce. It's an economic boost to our community, and I thank all of y'all for helping us get this and work with this company. And I think it's going to be a good thing for Dilley. I know some of the residents have been calling and they're excited about it. And they actually got a very good turnout on job applications. So we were going to have a what we call a pop-up work fair here at the Civic Center, but because they've got an overwhelming amount of applications, they didn't feel the need to have one. Should that change, of course, I'll bring that to council.
Ms. Brown.
Have you asked them to see if they want to get annexed?
If they want to do a voluntary annexation, I can certainly approach them with that. I'm trying to recall, I may have them mixed with another developer that's interested in also coming. And this one is a housing developer that would consider a voluntary annexation, but we can certainly visit with them, sir. That's a good question to bring up to them.
I mean, it'll bring more revenue to the city.
Exactly, yes.
No.
That's a good, yeah, we'll definitely approach them. I'll reach out through their attorney and have them discuss it. And I'll bring that back to you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 10, public hearings. We do not have any public hearings that need to be held today. New business, item 11. Discuss, consider an act on having a special meeting on August 18, 2026. Council, I ask that we move this item to a later time, I'm sorry, ma'am.
No, go ahead.
Just so that if there's any other items, we can also put those items on that if need be. So if we can move on to item 12. Yes, go ahead.
So y'all special meeting, this would just be to schedule it. We can add whatever
Okay.
to it
just-
later. Yeah, this is
Just
just,
for record, so we can make notation of what is going to be on that item.
you can keep doing, if y'all agree to the date, I think this is just to agree to the date, to make sure everyone's available. But
Mayor, council staff has been busy working on preparing the proposed budget for you all. And we are, Rudy, do we have an estimated date when we're going to have that ready?
Did you have a question, Mr. Castillo?
Yeah, are we still on 11 or are we going
Yeah.
on 12?
11.
I'm not gonna make it.
We'll have, I'm being told that we'll have that proposal ready for you all's review. And what we'd like to do is hold maybe in conjunction with the meeting of the 18th or during that week or on the 25th, present the proposed budget, but also present the departments and what their identified needs are. And then ultimately, you will review the proposed budget, go over what the department's needs are, and then we'll come back and have to bring you back and hold another budget workshop to show, okay, this is what council needs to prioritize because this is the amount of revenue we have and the expenditure so that we can balance and have a final budget to present.
And just a reminder for y'all, the mayor's the budget officer, so it'll need to get approval before, and then she's got to send it to the city secretary.
Okay.
So just to make sure you have enough time, yeah.
Is there a
was
processor
my
of
next
how she does
question.
that? Or Mayor, do you recall how you did last year's?
Once
the
once
budget
the
off?
budget was adopted, then I signed and everything, we had to submit it in time for adoption, yes.
The way that,
But
But
the way the state law reads it,
yes.
the mayor's actually the one preparing it, so staff just kind of does the legwork, but it's ultimately the mayor that
What's the deadline?
sends it to the city secretary, files it for purposes
What's
of the budget.
The proposed budget
Well,
and the final?
October 1st.
Okay.
Mhm. So what is the purpose for the special meeting on August 18th, aside from what you just proposed?
So the special meeting is to, we have reached out to the 3 candidates for the library director position. You all asked us to contact them to see if they were still interested. And we did reach out to all three and we have gotten affirmative responses from them. And so we were looking at scheduling the interviews for the 18th and then possibly any additional items that we may need to place on the 18th, but try to keep that not a very heavy meeting, but specifically to interview for the library director position.
Okay. Council, are we good with special meeting to be held on August 18th?
I won't be present.
I will also, I don't know if y'all need attorney coverage for that meeting, but I won't be available next week. But I can, if you need attorney coverage, let us know. We can send somebody.
Uh,
Go ahead.
I'm fixing to be a grandma, so I'm on baby watch. So
We'll definitely have.
I'm good for the day, but possibly might not be able to.
Well, the thing is that if Mr. Castillo can't be here and you're iffy,
We
I
don't
mean, we
have-
can't approve it. I mean,
Yeah, well,
We don't have a.
my right might not be here either, so.
is there another date, ma'am, that you can?
I mean, especially for the presentation of the proposed budget, I mean, it'd be
On the proposed budget.
ideal for all of us to be here.
Yes, on that one I would, and I mean, we can even do a Saturday if you all prefer, because it is quite lengthy because we have to go through the general fund and all the different departments in that general fund, and then we have the prison fund. And so we're going to be covering a lot of material. And so we could do a Saturday breakfast and lunch workshop if that works for you all. And then another one early September, first week in September.
You prefer morning or evening?
Morning.
We had set the 25th, which is, what's the 25th, Mayor?
Wednesday?
It's going to fall on a Wednesday, right?
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
A Tuesday.
You want some?
Tuesday.
Saturday?
And
Oh,
that
yeah.
would be strictly a workshop budget, but it would be in the evening because I know most of you all work. And then we could do another one on a Saturday
the 29th.
and that would give us the two. Because I had initially said between 2 to 3 if needed, the third one.
Mhm.
But I think we can get this done within 2 workshops or maybe even 1. But if y'all want to do one on the 25th in the evening and then one on a Saturday. We can do a working lunch on, breakfast and lunch on a Saturday here. Like we could do the 25th on a Tuesday and then that Saturday also, and then we should be done and then we can post, have the mayor approve the proposed budget and
What time on Tuesday?
Tuesday would, whatever time you guys want to, if you want to move it up earlier than the 6:30 meeting, we could do that.
So
Four?
y'all are gonna run into a problem here though with your budget. Because there's really strict deadlines on when all this has to be done. I think
Give us some dates, Mr. Austin.
I mean, I would have preferred to do this, had time to do this. I don't want to misstate something on the fly and have y'all commit to. My understanding though is I think the last date to adopt your proposed budget is the 24th.
Hmm.
And it needs to be filed before that, but y'all also have the small taxing unit rules, which are a little different than,
Mhm. We still have to
typical
approve
rules.
those as well.
what's that?
We have to approve those, the tax.
Well, the tax rate and the budget go together. I just
Mhm.
meant there's a set of rules for cities in general, and then there's a set of rules for cities under 30,000, which y'all qualify, that relax some of the requirements. Which I'll qualify for.
Yeah, I think I sent you an email on that.
I got that today. I have not
Yeah,
looked at it.
I know.
Um,
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we've discussed like Saturdays are open. We're all accepting of that. So for sure, we know the 18th. I mean, if we don't have to have a meeting, we're gonna just do interviews.
Mhm.
We don't need a quorum for that. If it's just gonna be strictly interviews and
Right.
not setting a special meeting for that, or
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, you can have a committee of y'all interview somebody. That's not a problem. You can't act on it, but you could do interviews and bring that back at the next meeting. But I'm more concerned with y'all's tax and budget schedule. I think if the 24th is the last day you can do it, then the 22nd, if the 18th doesn't work out, then Saturday, the 22nd would be, or Sunday, the 23rd would be your options if you're looking at a weekend.
We could do the 22nd.
18th, 22nd, and
Or the 23rd, it has to be done by the 24th in order to have enough time.
Thursday and Saturday?
Even the 20th?
Thursday evening around. What sounds good for you? So Thursday at 4, then Saturday. 1. Thursday the 20th and Saturday the
22nd? You can't? Oh, okay.
that's good.
Why not the 15th?
Can I get some times also?
times.
Okay.
Thursday at 4 p.m. and Saturday at 8 a.m.
You want to take,
I'm sorry.
is that a motion or are we still?
Well, I was just. That, isn't that on the next item 12 for proposed budget
Oh, I
workshop?
thought we had
date?
jumped to 12 because we had missed, you had,
We need to act on 11 for the
Okay.
special meeting
okay.
on August 18th.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to have a special meeting on August the 20th at 4 p.m.
We have a motion on the table by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Place 5, Alberto Gomez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 12, discuss, consider, and act on fiscal year 2026-2027 proposed budget workshop dates.
Okay,
If we can
I'm
now entertain this and discuss the workshop dates.
I'm,
My understand, go ahead.
I need some clarification because
Yes.
the 11th was a special meeting for the library interviews.
Correct.
Right.
Are
But
we
there was
moving
no
that to the
availability.
20?
It was moved to the 20th
Okay,
and adding the presentation of the proposed budget.
okay. A
The
proposed
beginning
budget.
of that, yes.
And then on
And
12,
then now on 12, we're gonna add that Saturday date
Okay.
as another workshop date. Correct, council? Was that,
That's correct.
okay. And that
question-
is the 22nd.
Second.
And Mr. Beck, are these going to be action items of the workshops? And at that time, we have to take some action on them, right? On the, at least the 22nd?
Yeah, I'm trying to work through that right now because y'all,
Okay. I'll
Wait
work
a-
with you.
Well,
I-
we should figure this out because
The deadline.
if y'all don't hit everything
Mhm.
and adopt your tax rate correctly, the default is to go to the nothing higher than the voter approval tax rate, which the way y'all's rates came out, that's the lowest tax rate. So you would lose a lot of money compared to last year. So you want to make sure these are working. Usually what we'll do is work from the date where you're going to adopt the budget and the tax rate and work backwards so that we make sure we have enough time.
Okay.
But I'm having to read through the tax code right now to figure out how to do that. Y'all said you want to do the meeting to adopt the proposed budget would be the
22nd.
20th, the 20th or the 22nd?
22nd.
Because according to you, we need to post it on the 24th.
Yes. Well, then we run into the problem of publishing notice in the
Because
paper.
it falls on the seven, yes.
Which I'm not sure if it applies to you or not, given your size, but I'd have to check that.
Mhm. Wait.
I-
So you set the proposed budget so that you have to adopt that so that you can have a working document. Once we start our workshops, we work on that, balance it out. And then at the end, we have to adopt the
Yeah.
budget for the fiscal year.
The proposed budget has to be posted for a certain period of time so the public has time to digest it before y'all actually adopt it. And then that's got to be adopted because that's what justifies your tax rate to cover all the budget expenses. So it's gonna.
Mr. Alvarez, do you have any information that you can share with us regarding the deadlines of the posting of the proposed budget?
On the deadline? Yes, no, I have nothing to get an eye on that.
I believe it's the 10th day before the hearing. So if y'all are meeting on the 12th, when does your paper publish?
Tuesdays.
On the
Tuesdays closing days, no?
Wednesdays.
Wednesday is like, they make you.
Yeah, the
Okay.
deadline to submit is on
Monday.
on a Monday
Yeah, Monday.
before 5, and then they publish Wednesdays.
We may need to call them like right now and ask if we can get a budget notice published. But that's the hearing. I think that's the hearing though, which would be next month. But
For the tax rate, I don't know that we. Yeah.
yeah, I think y'all are fine. I would just do y'all's proposed budget as soon as you can, because that is what sets in motion all your other deadlines.
And I'm thinking that we don't have to put the tax rate on the newspaper, Austin, but you may want
That's
to.
a whole separate step.
Yeah, I don't think we have to, as long as we put it on the city's website. And that's based on what you were looking at, but I could be wrong, but that was my interpretation.
Ms. Moran, don't we have to advertise on two entities? The city website and the newspaper?
That's what we're discussing. I don't believe under the new legislative bill and where we fall in, I think we can just post it on our city's website, but Mr. Austin's going to confirm that. And that's the tax rate calculation,
Correct.
what we're going to propose, what tax rate, and that's what I have down here. There's an agenda item for that. But
I need to look at y'all's tax worksheet to. I have it.
Because we had already had the preset dates on all that.
mhm.
Well, the dates, when you look at the calendar, TMI publishes a calendar every year.
Yeah, and that's the one.
But we
those are-
council adopted a budget workshop schedule that was proposed to us with all the dates already on there. You don't have that, Ms. Moran?
I don't think I brought the files. But that has. Do you have it?
Council, would y'all please, motion to table this item for the at a later time in the meeting, just to give staff time to look for the appropriate dates needed. And then we'll go into the next item, which is quarterly report, just so we can make sure we have all the dates taken care of, make sure we have the deadline
Because
addressed.
it's changing, and I can explain when we get to that other agenda item, because of the tax rate that we're gonna be looking at, that no new revenue tax rate, it changes our dates. And that's what Austin's looking at.
We have a motion to table this item?
Can we do this, like after the executive or before executive? Or we have to do it before?
We
executive?
can bring it after executive session. I just want to give staff enough time.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Once
saying.
staff
So-
lets us know that they have time, I can always ask y'all, now we're gonna open this item again. So we just need to table that. We know we're bringing it back this evening.
Mayor, council, I'll go ahead and, motion for us to table this item, and bring it back after executive session.
Motion by Councilmember Place One, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place Four, Joe Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We'll bring this back. 13, discuss, consider an act on quarterly investment report ending in June 30th, 2026. Mr. Rudy Alvarez, Finance Director.
Yeah, with regard to the investment report, nothing has changed actually we still own the two CDs in the general fund and the utilities for $203,000. The other investment is, the prison wastewater construction project, which, saw no activity except that, increase in the interest that we gained. That is at the bulk financial, and it's a total of $7,711,000.
Mr. Alvarez, is there a deadline on when we have to use those funds?
What was that?
Is there a deadline in which we have to use those funds?
That is a grant and loan, and I don't handle that. Is there a deadline for completing this project? Because we've had it for, well, since 2023.
2023.
The
That's
the
correct.
Texas Water Development Board Fund?
Yes.
Yes, there is. That information for them on the deadlines to.
For the completion of the sewer.
Sewer plant?
That's a pretty.
There's no deadline on it?
They don't have a specific deadline to where you have like, Texas Department of Agriculture. When they give you a grant or a grant loan, they give you 2 years and you have to complete it within the 2 years. This one does not particularly have a time frame of that nature where they give you like, you have 3 years or 2 years or 5 years to do it in. They don't have a deadline of that nature.
I thought that, we had to have started something by now in order for it to continue. You know what I mean?
Well, we have already billed the city for the work that we've been working on. And the city has been paying on that. So we have already gotten a permit amendment already reviewed and approved by the agency. We have already submitted the plan specs and the bid documents to the agency. And they've reviewed those as well, and they've approved those so that we can go out for bids. We're planning on going out for bids on the 27th of this month so that we can advertise. We want to have a meeting with the prison officials or the warden to make sure that if there's any documentation in there that we need to include for contractors that are gonna be working on the site if they have to be.
Permission.
Permission or things like that, we'd like to include that part of it on the bid document, because we're complying with Water Development Board and their requirements, but we also want to make sure that we comply with the prison officials and access to the
Facility,
facility. Yes,
yes.
sir. And so then we are scheduling a meeting to have with them to let them know this project's gonna be bid out at the end of this month. And we already have a scheduled date. And so then that bid series will be for, we're giving the contractors 4 weeks due to the complexity of the project, so that they have enough time to review the documents, ask questions, we answer the questions, make sure that they are comfortable with what they're bidding. Also, we would like to have a pre-bid conference, so that if there is questions from contractors that not understanding exactly where's the facility going to be located, where it's going to be connected, how is it going to be connected, we can be physically at the site and we could show them this is where the project's going to be installed, this is where it's going to be included. They may have questions as to, can they leave their equipment there or not leave their equipment there? You know, how many people can go in on a daily basis to go work on the facility? Those kinds of questions probably we need to have answers for them for that. So we'd like to include that on our document, so that when they're bidding, they already know, hey, you have to follow these rules as part of working on that. But we did check, we had a meeting earlier today, and the question was, had Water Development Board already reviewed our specs? And they have. And we went back and checked, and they had already reviewed them, and they gave us authorization to go out for bid on their part. But we
Okay.
want to make sure that we have the same, a courtesy to the prison officials, because we're going to be working in their facility. So that's what we're.
Is this project gonna affect the daily activity for the prison?
No, sir.
None whatsoever? Okay.
And when do you
Thank you.
propose that date, that you have to have the meeting with the officials there?
We would like to have it, if we can, sometime next week. And that way it gives us time to include any verbiage in the contract documents to, you know, when it goes out for bid on the 27th, that's included in there. So
Right.
then, and if it doesn't happen and we include it like the following week, we would issue an addendum and include it on the following week. If for whatever reason, the officials come back and says, you know what, we can't meet with you absolutely next week, it's gonna have to be until the following, we could still advertise, and then we just issue an addendum, and we make it known to every prospective bidder, you're gonna have to comply with this. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, I entertain a motion. Accept the quarterly investment. report.
Mr. Alvarez, on the hotel tax,
We're not,
are we there?
no, we're not there yet. We're
Oh.
still on the first one.
Are
We're on
we
the
still- oh, never mind.
quarterly
I'm sorry.
investment.
Next one.
But we'll have it in the next one.
I was jumping ahead, I'm sorry.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the quarterly report. for this.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
Second,
Second by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. 14, discuss, consider, and act on quarterly financial report ending in June 30th, 2026.
Yes, on this one, we look to be in very good shape. The general fund, has if you look, turn at that first page. The general fund has collected revenue so far this year of 2,200,000. And we have spent 1,718,000. And, the utility fund has collected 2,800,000 and have spent 1,900,000. The prison fund has collected revenues of 825,000, and we have spent only 583,000. But I believe some payments are becoming due, so that should even out in the next quarter. On the hotel occupancy tax, we had a budget of 120,000, but actually, when we've collected 71,000 in revenues. And, we had a budget of expenditures of 85,000, and we have spent 244,000. However, that was planned that we would, because of the walking trail, we were gonna spend from the fund balance. So, we're still in good shape. We have, about $90,000 left in there. In the fund. When we go in and we went in to build the walking trail, it was more than we would be collecting for that year. So we're gonna spend what we had accumulated in previous years.
Okay.
So our three main operating funds look to be in good shape. There's revenue in excess of expenditures in all three of them. The general fund, the utility fund, and the prison fund. And of course, there's the rest of the report, which has detailed on expenditures and revenues. If anybody has a question, I'd be glad to answer it now or and anytime. Give me a call.
Council, do we have any questions
Not
at
anymore.
this moment? Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Okay, there are no questions regarding our quarterly financial report. I entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion on approving the quarterly investment report ending on June the 30th, 2026.
Quarter financial report.
Quarterly financial report.
Very good. Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Place 5, Alberto Gomez. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 15, discuss, consider, and act on acceptance of the 2026 tax roll. Mr. Alvarez?
On the appraisal for this year, we also have good news to report. Actually,
Very good news.
our taxable value increased by around $6 million. So that'll help us in our tax calculation, and so which I believe is my next presentation. Other than that, I mean, if you received it, there's a lot of statistics to back this. The appraisal roll, of course, is put together by the appraisal district, and this is the report that they give us. So this is what we're going to be basing our tax rate on. Last year, we had a taxable value of 175 million. And this year we have 181 million to work with.
So we definitely had an increase. Just want to add to what Mr. Alvarez said. We were fortunate not to be affected by the new House bills that were in effect, where neighboring communities did get affected and they had a lower tax roll for themselves. So we do want businesses to come in and so forth, definitely, but we do have a amount coming in. Do you have any questions for Mr. Alvarez? No questions, council? Entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the 2026 tax roll.
Motion made by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Place Five, Alberto Gomez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 16, discuss, consider, and act on notice of intent to set proposed tax rate for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2026, and establish September 8th, 2026 as a public hearing date for the proposed property tax rate for the city of Dilley for fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2026 and ending September 30th, 2027. Mr. Alvarez.
Yes, we received the tax rate calculation, which is done by the county tax assessor collector, based on the information that we provide, and also the certified tax roll. And again, I think we have some good news on that. Based on our taxable value and the amount proposed, we have the no new tax rate, which we have adopted here for many years. And that'll give us a 10-cent increase on the maintenance and operation, which will produce about $200,000 more this year than last year. And the interest in sinking, of course, went down because we finished paying off one of the bonds. So all things considered, I mean, the tax rate that we are proposing is 0.8139. Last year it was 0.8275, which is actually a reduction of about 1 point.
What's that number again, sir? What's that first number?
The first number, the tax rate?
Yes, the one that's current. I mean, the one that's current is 08275.
Yes, the current proposed rate is 0.813912.
Thank you.
The middle column is the one with the no new revenue rate, which we have approved. One of the conditions on this is that it is subject to citizens can petition the city, and we have to hold an election. But that hasn't happened in the history of Dilley, so I don't anticipate that. And so that middle column in the second part, which is property tax rate per $100 valuation, that's total property tax rate will be 0.813912, which is the 0.396898 for maintenance and operation. Last year it was 0.3947, or about 10 cents. And the interest and sinking went up by a corresponding about 10 cents. This year it'll be 0.317014, as opposed to last year of 0.432755. And this rate will give us the amount, it should give us the amount, the same amount that we could collect this year as we did last year. And so we are, this is what we are gonna we'll be proposing, if you accept this, the tax rate and the, which is comprised of the maintenance and operation and the sinking fund, the sinking and interest and sinking, as indicated there on the middle of the page.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Alvarez? There are no questions. Council, I entertain a motion.
And
The motion should be to approve
you.
a notice of intent to set the proposed rate as presented.
so this is not to actually set the proposed rate. This is just a notice, I guess.
My only question is, if the voter approval rate was 0.735176, and we're going with the new revenue rate of 0.8173, how do we come out with the 0.813912?
These calculations were done by the county clerk, the county tax assessor collector. And we have the voter approval rate, which is, which would put us where we are not subject to voter petition for an election. And then we have the no new revenue tax, which will give us not more taxes, and in fact, the rate will come down. And that's how that was derived.
On your worksheet on page 11 it tells you how they calculated the 8.813912. Page 11 of the worksheet, the 2026 tax rate calculation worksheet. Right after,
Yeah, we have a tax rate calculation also, but if you can, as you can see, it's quite complicated.
Mhm.
And it's done by a computer in the
Right.
tax.
And that's why I'm
assessor.
letting them know that based on 927 and 28 of these,
Yeah.
which are the
calculation
NNR
is-
tax rate, they use those
Yes.
lines
The calculation
for the
is in your
adjusted sales
packet.
tax.
Right.
Maybe shed a little bit of light. The certified appraisal tax roll that you all looked at earlier, that's the valuable tax that they look at to come up with that rate of 1.8, 1.3 million. It's really more than the 8.3 because after they take in all the exemptions, the veterans exemptions, the homesteads and all that, based on that tax roll that we talked about earlier that you all approved, and they apply all the exemptions, this is the number that they come out to be the tax rate that we're going to use. That's called the no new revenue tax rate. The 181.3 million.
And as I mentioned, this will not raise more taxes. It should give us the same amount of taxes.
Yeah,
The same amount of taxes that we collected last year.
and the reason for that is property values typically rise. So to generate $1 million on the same amount of property, you need a lower rate. So your new revenue tends to go down.
So they use that tax roll, that market value, and then they, after all the exemptions, then that's what they came up with as the no new revenue, the 1.81.
but you should want to go through it, all of the calculation, come up with that.
Yes, sir.
It's one complicated
Yeah.
and it's long.
I got it.
That could,
That's 11 pages long.
and I'm sure just puts in the information and a computer calculates.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Council, if I can please have a motion to approve the notice of intent.
Yeah, I want to make a motion that we approve the notice of intent to set proposed tax rate for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2026 and establish September 8th, 2026.
Motion made by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Councilmember Place Five, Alberto Gomez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 17, discuss, consider, and act on authorization of budget for emergency disaster supplies program. Ms. Moran?
Mayor, Council, this agenda item is brought for recommendation to include in our new budget year a line item that's dedicated for the purchase of storage, maintenance, and distribution of emergency supplies. We currently don't have a budget for emergency supplies when we have any type of emergency that occurs. And we're asking that we be allowed to include in the budget at an emergency line item so that we can use to address any emergencies or declared incidents and to authorize the city manager to administer that program in
Ms. Moran, I think it's a great idea. The only thing is, how are we gonna distinguish the difference between what is an emergency and what isn't? You know, what might be an emergency to me might not be an emergency for her. I think we just need to go a little bit more into detail on what kind of items we're gonna be seeking and just stay with those items. You understand what I'm saying?
I think I do, sir. You're
Like for example, you know, we're gonna buy, or we're gonna put aside to buy 6 pallets of water through the whole year. Or we're gonna do some other item that we know that the community is gonna need, you know, and have that aside and make sure that it's distributed in a correct manner.
Yes, and if I may, we do have an emergency management plan, and it's not as detailed as what you're requesting, Mr. Garcia, but as the emergency management coordinator, we definitely have a list of inventories that we have in collaboration with the county as well, because we do reach out to county to open emergency shelters, things like that. So they have cots, things like that, that we've already acquired. We don't have a space right now to get, you know, an abundance amount of the bottles of water. But I think we can definitely work together to establish how you're saying about what is an emergency, what do we deem an emergency? Basically, what we had the water, the boil notice, you know, purchasing of waters and so forth, right? Definitely not a bad idea, because we do. I mean, we've had different emergency responses that we've needed to do. And we don't have a set line item in the budget. And that's actually one of the items that I wanted to bring in during our workshops, because we did see that with the immigration facility, you know, we had to take care of that. We had some expenses with that. Those were unforeseen, but we definitely need to have this line item in the budget, but we need to bring a list and see the expenses and so forth, see what inventory we already have, where we're gonna store it and all that. But I think it's definitely something that we need to put into the budget and set that, you know, council wants to, and I think Ms. Moran may need that guidance of what needs to be purchased and when it needs to be purchased, so that, you know, for myself, I've reached out to her when we had the water emergency about purchasing waters and things like that, but needed guidance on that. And myself as well, as emergency management as well, that my duties to know who to go to, where those funds are gonna come out, a budget, not expending thousands of dollars. You know, we have to be mindful of the funds, but definitely have a plan in place that's documented and guidance for city staff to know what to do in certain types of situations.
Yes, because the last time we had a incident like this, we shut down our meeting, our regular meeting. It was regular meeting. I believe it was
It's a regular
it
meeting.
was a regular meeting, and we just okayed. I believe it was Mr. Alvarez to go buy the pallets of waters, and they went to HEB and they bought some, and we had
Distribution.
other citizens, you know, donate as well that time, you know. But yeah, we didn't know where we're gonna get the funds. We just go buy it, you know.
Yeah, that's the reason this has to be put in place, that we don't wait to have to come together or vote on it. It's
Mm.
already established, just like the Frio Hospital has something similar to that plan that they have. Maybe that's something that you can look into.
Well, we do have a
But-
plan already. That's the
But it
thing. I
would
don't know if
be
we've adopted.
money allocated just towards that, and you just take the initiative without having to have approval from us, like,
Yes.
Yes.
It-
And just, city administrator does have approval to do purchases like that. There's a set amount that she has to do that doesn't need to come to council. I don't want to say the amount because I don't want to, I want to be correct on it. But items like, for example, if any of us were to request that as emergency management, hey, let's get the staff, let's go purchase some waters. It's gonna cost $700.
but
We-
nothing was asked for this previous time when we were without. Like, what I'm saying, my understanding was we needed approval from the council before that was purchased, and you're saying there's something put in place?
There's already, our city administrator, not just her, anybody in that position, we already have that in place where they can make that purchase. Yes. There's Austin, what is the correct word where the amount that our city administrator is allowed to expense without coming to council? There's a certain,
In y'all's purchasing policy, so if it's a line item, a
Mhm.
budgeted line item, it would be in y'all's policy. I want to say it's like 5 or 10,000, something like that. Yeah.
Or what?
But it may be like 5 or 10,000, but I'd have to look at your
If
purchasing.
if
policy.
there's a line item for it, I have a certain dollar amount that's authorized for me to contract or purchase. Here, we don't have a line item for emergency preparedness and disaster response. And if we create that line item and we budget a certain amount in there, then whenever there's a declared emergency, we already have the funds in an established line item under the general fund, and it would be called the Emergency Preparedness and Disaster Response supplies.
Yeah.
So we could
Mhm.
then, once to answer Mr. Garcia's question, if the county or the city declares an emergency or there's an intent, you'll see these notices that get put out by the county, even, you know, the state that we're under an
Or if
emergency disaster. That would be a way of saying, okay, how do we prepare for our citizens? What do we need to go out and purchase? I know TDEM's provides water, but sometimes, you know, there's a delay in getting those delivered to us. With an emergency response line item, we know we have these monies set aside specifically for us to go out, for staff to go out and purchase any supplies that we may need. If we need to provide for shelter for our citizens, cots, blankets or something, there's a line item already that can assist with the cost of purchasing
Yes.
anything that goes, that's dedicated as an incident or a disaster. And we would have those funds.
Instead of it being purchased out of a miscellaneous budget.
Yeah,
item.
or a or a,
Something-
Because
Who,
or
That's our
moving
budget
line
needs to be
items around
decreased.
because we didn't have that budget.
Something specific
Yeah.
for that.
Uh-huh.
who declares what's an emergency, not emergency? Because I know what the mayor said is with city and county,
Mhm.
but what happened last time was just city.
Right,
So
and
who
if-
says we can, okay, we can authorize the city to buy water? I mean, who says, okay, it's an emergency or not? Would you make that call?
The emergency response would be made,
by the
well,
mayor.
the mayor can declare an emergency response based on the emergency management plan
There's a
that has been adopted by the city that gives her the first, she is appointed as the emergency management. I don't know if it's the full title coordinator or, but then you have Frio County who also can declare the county as a natural disaster and emergency response. So we would utilize either one of those. And then I would have the authority to purchase, once we have those declarations, I would have the authority to, you know, staff would have the authority to go out and purchase whatever supplies is
That are
needed
needed.
for our residents.
Definitely something that needs, I mean.
Oh, yeah,
we've
most
started
definitely.
it This year.
Yeah.
We definitely, what I would like as far as budget wise,
I think
bring this during the workshop.
Yeah.
So once we can do our proposed budget, because going back to showing our proposed budget, what we're working to put into the budget, changes that we're making and so forth, then we can add that as an item so that we could show.
Put some.
and so we
the
could we
changes.
could create the line item right now and just wait until the budget workshops to decide how much we're gonna allocate.
Mhm.
Yes. And we can put, because we will need to put something in there to be
For
able to
the-
create that proposed budget. We need the authorization to create the line item, and then we can put in an amount. And then during the budget workshops, you all can say, no, increase it, decrease it, just so long as because you all will be doing that during your
Mhm.
budget workshops, you know, prioritizing and ranking what projects based on
So
the
for now, we could
revenue
just,
that we have to spend, because we have to balance the budget with, we're expecting this much revenue and we're going to expend this much, and it balances out. So that figure may change.
yeah, so for now, I could say, you know, well, whoever makes the motion could say 1,000, you know, just start off or,
We can,
I-
correct, Austin, we can.
You can
put a
put
number in
what
there, or just
amount
create
you
the line
want.
item?
The only thing is, what I was saying is like proposed budget, this would be an additional line item for the fiscal year.
Y'all talking about
Yeah.
next year's budget, right?
Yes.
yeah.
If you're gonna do a budget
Line item.
Workshop.
all of it's gonna come back to y'all to approve. So if you wanna direct, you know, to put that in there, that's fine. And then y'all could talk about the numbers. You're gonna eventually, like she said, go through line by line and figure out how you want to spend the money. So
Just like last year, we had a proposed budget, we had to do cuts.
Mhm.
That's
And
what
y'all
I'm saying,
just-
if we
yeah.
wait to see where our budget is, yes, we have great news with what we have as far as our tax roll. But then we don't want something, definitely that's a priority, like she said, it's a priority, we don't want that not to be seen.
So we can establish the line item, and then during the budget workshops, based on what you all are seeing, you know, as priorities and rankings, what we're gonna spend the monies on, you can add a figure to that line item at that time. once you get an idea of where we're at with our budget.
And you said this would be under general fund?
Yes, ma'am, under the general fund. Let's see. I think in the memo I put in there, general fund, the fiscal impact, the fund will be the general fund. The line item would be called, emergency preparedness and disaster response supply, and it would go under the city administrator's, budget. When it will have a line item for that.
Okay, I'd like
Expenditure.
to make a motion. How do you want me to word it?
It would be how you want it.
I think,
It would just be-
suggested motion on the memo.
Authorize a budget for emergency disaster supply to add that line item?
Motion made by Councilmember Place
And just to,
Three, Marisa Torres.
it's to add a line item to the proposed budget that's being drafted right now.
Motion made by Councilmember Place Three, Marisa Torres. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place One, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 18, discuss, consider, and possible action to authorize the execution of the settlement agreement with the Texas Commission of Environmental Quality, TCEQ, for enforcement cases number 66998, and to authorize the city administrator for execute all necessary documents related thereto.
Mayor, Council, the city has received a proposed TCEQ order, which is attached to your packet. And this is based on an inspection that was conducted on September 18th of 2024. And the order assesses an administrative penalty of $22,100. TCEQ has proposed that 4,420 of that be deferred, which then leaves us with a payable penalty of 17,680. Mr. Manuel Gonzalez has been working with us to create what we call SCPs, that we would, instead of paying this fine, we would use that money to correct those identified deficiencies. And he's going to talk to you about what the proposed SCP is that we want to get authorization from council to submit to Ms. Cheryl Thompson with TCEQ. We've been in contact with her. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Manuel Gonzalez with Premier Engineering.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. On this particular item, the city got the notice, and we've contacted Ms. Cheryl Thompson with TCEQ about performing an SEP. It's a supplemental environmental project. They allow you to do those in exchange for, if the city decides we don't want to do that, then you just send the payment to the state, and you still have to fix correct the problem. And so you end up sending the 17,000, and then you're still having to spend the money to make the correction. So what we're proposing is to make the corrections, submit something to the SCP coordinator. His name's Carlos Flores. Ms. Thompson gave me his information. We went and contacted him, asked him if we could submit an SCP in reference to this particular project. He said that they would be willing to review it. Told him it was going to be coming before council first, and then we would then submit to them a proposed SCP. That SCP would be somewhere, has to be more than the amount that's being penalized, but would then correct some of the like the deficiencies. Or so the main deficiency was that there is a junction box where our filters are filtering our water, and then they run a backwash. When they run a backwash, they go into that like I guess like a junction box, and their water coming into it was maybe coming in faster than it was exiting. It has a pipe for discharge, and maybe the pipe at the end where it was discharging maybe had some overgrowth or something that was preventing it from flowing freely. It filled up and it spilled. So once it spilled, then that's when they noted the violation that you had a spill, and it's spill of backwash water. So it's potable water that's being treated and cleaned through the filter. And then when the filter clogs, they run a backwash to clean the filter. So then that backwash water is now considered wastewater and it's, you know, it's being discharged. So then what we would be looking at is maybe doing an improvement on that, that contained area, or possibly running a sewer pipe from that particular facility to our nearest sewer line location. Our nearest sewer line location is approximately about 850 to maybe 1,000 feet, because from the filters to Avent Street, which is our nearest sewer location, that's about the distance. So we were gonna try to look at what would be our most cost-effective way to resolve this, correct this measure, but, fixing it and keeping it within, trying to keep it close to the budget that you have already allocated in there. So.
Are you gonna go out for bids or are you gonna do it yourself?
We don't do construction.
I'm sorry?
We don't do construction. So we would put something out and then we can put it out for bids so that we can get bids from contractors. And then based on the bids, then that's when we would actually have an actual number. But we can create a estimated budget on the items. Let's say if they're gonna run a sewer line. We have an idea of what a sewer line project should cost, and we may need 3 or 4 manholes. So in the 3 or 4 manholes, we have an idea of what they cost from different contractors. We can put it out for bids, contractors bid on it, and then we can then take the lowest bidder to do that particular work. I think it would be, I think we should bid it out because the amount may be in the area that it would be more than what the city allows to just go and get a contractor and then just fix it. Because it was, you know, the violation happened in 24. It's not, I don't think it would be considered an emergency that you would say you have to fix it like today, you know, but I think we would give us time to prepare the SCP, prepare a set of plans and specs, put it out for bids, get bids, bring it to council and says, here's the bids, this is where the prices came in at. And then council can, you know, we would make a recommendation to council, but council has a final say on who we end up going with at the end of the day, and then what the cost is.
How much of a time frame do we have for this so they can go ahead and,
Accept.
yeah, to accept, like, so they have a proposal here for about the amount, but how much of a time frame do we have to actually get it done so they can honor that?
They want us to do it as quickly as possible, so what they give you they gave a time frame, and so we call them recently to find out, do we still have time to do an SCP, or is our time already expired?
Right.
The indication that they gave us is that we still are allowed to do an SCP. So then, once we go into an SCP agreement, then they give you a set of timeframes as to, okay, you have to prepare, what I can explain it to them is, we have to prepare a set of plans, we spit it out for bids. I can give them a timeline breakdown for that, so that they have then what our corrective measures are and what our time schedule would be. And then they would then come back and say, okay, that's an approved SCP. Let's go ahead and proceed with that. Or no, that's not an approved SCP. You need to fix it like faster or, you know, sooner. And then that's when we would still have to get an approval to get a contractor in place to do it.
Mr. Manuel, and you already assessed the situation? You already know what's wrong with it?
There is, I have an idea of what's wrong with it based on what they recommended. And there is like I mentioned, the junction box that overflows. We did also, if council remembers, about a year ago, we made some corrections to our filters at the water plant. 2 of the filters got repaired and upgraded. So then that helped us some. We also went out for funding with a funding agency, which TDA is the funding agency, and they gave us funds to repair the other 2 filters. So we are repairing the other 2 filters. So then the filtration of our water plant is going to be much better than it was 2 years ago. The backwash is what was being the issue. So then we're gonna look to see is, can we put in maybe higher containment on that junction box? Or can we put in maybe like a little concrete, exit on the pipe where it exits so that it doesn't let the grass grow at the end of it and then it stops the water and then it backs up and then it overflows. We want to see, or we run the pipe. If we run the pipe, well, that's gonna work, but that's not our cheapest option. That's, when I did a ballpark estimate, and that can come, depending on the contractor, that would put us at a point where it's over our city's, limit, to where he says, okay, just get a contractor, get 3 bids, informal bids, and, go ahead and get the best one and get them going. It would put us over that amount. And so I would want to look at how we can fix it without going too far beyond what the penalty is. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Let's
'cause
go. Let's go.
I think if you run a sewer line, you're just helping the water go somewhere, but we're not fixing the problem that's causing the water to overflow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think we need to fix that junction box so the water can flow freely and not overflow.
Yeah, so on that sewer line, on that proposal, we have included some funds to fix that junction box so that it flows better. Maybe increase the height of the walls so that if it does fill quickly, it doesn't overflow. It just fills and then it's draining and it's coming back down.
Yeah, because we put all that water back into sewer plant. Our sewer plants need update to begin with, so we're already putting more strain on our sewer plants.
Yeah.
So
Our sewer plants at about a half capacity. So, but yeah, it would add some additional water on a daily basis.
So this is an additional violation than the other 2 that we addressed at the last meeting? And
That's correct.
the SCP will be submitted to address this violation,
Yes.
dated on June 10th.
And
Okay.
I think, I don't know if council has in the past authorized the mayor to be able to, send responses to, questions like this on a more expedited manner and then bring it back to council so that council is fully aware of what we're doing. But if mayor has that kind of authority, then we maybe can get, when something like this comes in, we can get a signature and act on
And
it and
address
then
it.
bring it back and then still, inform council as we're submitting an SCP, this is what it's gonna cost it. Because on the way I read it is, if we do it or if we don't do it, we still have to pay for it. Yeah, so it's kind of like, but we still.
Yes, because what happens is y'all approve it at council and then I sign and we send it off.
Yeah.
But these get sent to me,
So if we can
city
get,
administrator, public works, and
so we
you
need
know,
the mayor to be able to sign off on these. When they come, some of our facilities are getting older. We did, I guess if I may, on the behalf of the city of Dilley, we submitted the HB 500 application, which the council gave us permission to do. We did include improvements for the water plant, for your water tanks, for your water infrastructure system, in the amount of about $10 million. So that should, if we get funded, it should bring in, and that's a no match from the city, so there will be nothing coming out of general fund or city's expenses. And so we're hoping that gets, but that we did include items in there for improvement. Okay. So any other questions? All right, thank you, Mayor and Council.
thank you, Manuel.
So Mayor, just to reiterate, if the city is interested in performing an SCP, you have to agree to the agreed order that's attached here for that penalty amount that I brought up. And then we'll submit the SCP proposal that Manuel just discussed I will submit that within 15 days of the having agreed to the agreed order here.
And that would be sent to me for signature
Yes, ma'am.
before
We'll just need you to
submitting
sign
in.
it. And then
Yeah.
we'll send in the agreed order and then Manuel,
Mhm.
I'll work with him to get us that SCP and we'll forward it to them.
And definitely, I mean, it would come back to council either way, if y'all would authorize me as well before working with engineer, city staff to address these violations. That way, especially if there's some that have deadlines, that would be great too. And then come back to council to let y'all know about SCP submitted and so forth.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion on approving the action to authorize the execution of the settlement agreement with the Texas Commission of Environmental Quality for the enforcement case number 66998. And that goes with the proposal agreed order for the settlement purposes only. The city of Dilley, RN 105156699, account number TPDES permit.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 19, discuss, consider, and act on resolution number 26-12-08, a resolution to rescind the award of administrative services made to contract for Carl Esser and Company Consulting LLC number Texas CDBG CDV 23-0482 for the Community Development Block Grant Fund administered by the Texas Department of Agriculture, TDA. Ms. Moran?
Yes, Mayor, in your package, you have the minutes of when this contract was awarded to the consultant, which was March 14th of 2023. We have since, in your packet also, we received a letter dated August 3rd from the Texas Department of Agriculture notifying us that that is effective September 1, that we would, this consultant would no longer be an approved certified administrator, and therefore we would have to go out for an RFP to obtain a new administrator to administer this contract that we received for the water well project. And now I'm asking that council authorize this resolution to rescind that contract.
Mayor and Council, on this particular project, it's the, not the water well project, it's the water plant improvements. We do have two projects and, that are at the water plant. One of them is a water well, and that one is being funded by the GLO. And this one is the, water plant improvements, which is the two filters that I mentioned just earlier. And we are adding a, variable frequency drive at the Civic Center well. And we are also adding a new aerator at our water plant.
What was the first thing that you mentioned?
The two filters,
The two filters and what else?
the two filters, a variable frequency drive. It's called the VFD. So that allows us to slow down or speed up the pump at the Civic Center, so that it much kind of like a gas pedal on a car. The engine, you turn it on, it's an idle and it's running at a certain point, but then you press on the gas and it revs up and it pumps more water, or you slow it down and it pumps less water. So then what it does is, in the long run, it helps us because when the pump turns on, if it doesn't have a soft start and it just turns on, that initial kick, it's 6 times its our normal operating power. So when you have that 6 times spike, the energy company then figures that 6 times spike is your demand, or you need that much power to have your pump running. And this piece of equipment will allow it to bring it down to like a third of that spike. So then you'll be spiking at less every time it turns off because it revs up slowly. And then, so then your demand is gonna be decreased. So the energy company will then be billing you on what your demand is, and then they run more efficiently with it. And it'll allow us to that if we have an emergency, that we had a water leak or, you know, we need more water going to the water plant. One of our water wells can pump about 800 gallons a minute. If our water plant can handle 1,100 gallons a minute, we can then run the second one at 300 gallons a minute. So we get our full capacity and try to maximize our plant at that emergency case. Ideally, we want to have one pump running at a
Right.
time,
Yeah.
but we would like to have that ability on all three pumps that we have. And we are proposing a new well, but this one is on that particular project. It's the Texas Department of Agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Texas Department grant.
Ms. Moran, if council approves the rescinding, which we need to in order to proceed with the next.
Yes, we would have to
Um,
rescind the contract that we currently have with this consultant.
Until then, who would be taking care of the administrative?
So, the letter that's
Mhm.
attached here says that up, all of August, that they can continue to work, and then effective September 1, we should already have selected, a new consultant. And the next agenda item is, asking for me to authorize me to go out for an RFP. So that they can take over, but in the meantime, they
administrative.
will continue to work, as the letter states.
There are no further questions or discussion? Ask for a motion?
Hold on, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this won't affect the grant in any way
No.
whatsoever.
This is nothing to do with us as far as not being a non-compliant or anything. If you will notice, in that letter from TDA, it specifically says this incident is not a finding of not compliance
Mhm.
for this grant.
Okay.
But it does require that we go out for a consultant.
I'll make a motion that we act on resolution number 26-12-08. A resolution to rescind the award of administrative services made to the contract for Carl Urzo and Company.
Motion made by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place One, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 12, discuss, consider, and act to authorize the city administrator to prepare and issue a request for proposals, RFP, for Texas Community Development Block Grant, Texas CDBG Grant Administration Services for grant number CDV 23-0482, water improvements at the water plant and water well, and to take all necessary actions to solicit qualified TDA certified grant administrators. Ms. Moran?
Yes, Mayor, this is in conjunction with the previous agenda item. This is where I'm asking that you authorize me to go out for RFPs to solicit qualified TDA certified grant administrators. Again, we have, in order to administer this grant, the consultant has to be a certified grant administrator, and they are certified through the TDA. So we will need to find someone to continue to administer the grant for the project that Mr. Gonzalez just talked about, the improvements at the water plant and the water well.
Does that need to be done through procurement or is that something y'all can select? Like, does the grant specify it has to be done through procurement or?
Yes, it's going to have to go through procurement, and they have, TDA has the special, there's a section on procurement in their manual on how we have to go out. And it's pretty similar to how we initially went out when we hired this consultant. It'll be the same process.
Thank you. There are no questions or discussion. I ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion, we authorize the city administrator to prepare and issue a RFP for Texas Community Development Grant, Texas CDBG, Grant Administrator Services.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Place Five, Alberto Gomez. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item 21, discussion regarding proposed professional services contract for human resources and website social media administration services pursuant to Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. Who is going to discuss?
Mayor, Council, I'm asking that we, discuss this item, since it is under, contracts, that we discuss it in executive session.
If there's, legal questions about it, we can talk about it. That's fine.
Okay. Legal counsel in executive session, but we can discuss this item. That's why it's coming to our attention.
You could discuss it in executive session under consultation with attorney if you have legal questions about it. Which I think is what Mrs. Moran's getting at, that there's,
Ms. Moran has legal questions.
I believe so,
Okay.
unless another exception applies, but I'm not aware of one that does.
Well, and it also involves, personnel matters.
It
So,
involves personnel matters.
yeah, broadly, with the scope of work on that and the legal questions that will arise out of that discussion.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions for that? We would have to make a motion to move this item from open session to executive session, regular session to executive session.
And under 551071, yeah.
Hey, Council, go ahead and make a motion of moving this agenda item from open session to executive session as stated by Texas Code.
Motion made by Councilmember Place One, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Place Three, Marisa Torres. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 22, executive session. The following items will be discussed in executive session. 22A, discussion regarding complaint filed against police chief pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel matters, and 551.071, consultation with attorney. Personal matters, Chief of Police, Mr. Hernandez, do you want this in open or closed session?
Mayor, Council, respectfully, before deciding on that, I wasn't notified as like the extent of what's gonna be discussed. Other than I'm on the agenda for a complaint. I was notified possibly for be placed on admin leave. If that's the extent of that, then I mean, we can have it in closed session.
Okay. Do we have any answers for that?
I mean, I know that we have an update for y'all that pertained, and Chief can be in there for that, as far as kind of the status of things, but
Okay.
that's all I'm aware of.
Okay. If anything, can I ask for it to be brought to open session?
You can always elect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Item 22B, discussion regarding the scope of work and parameters for an independent evaluation of the City of Dilley Police Department pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney. 22C, consultation with attorney, city representation, discussion regarding the statutes of the request for replacement city attorney pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney. 22D, discussion regarding the status of torts claims, including legal advice, potential liability, litigation strategy, and the city's legal options pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney. 22E, discussion regarding whether to accept the donation of certain real property to the city pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.072, deliberation regarding real property. And the item that was moved, 21, discussion regarding proposed professional service contract for human resources and website social media administration services pursuant to Texas Government Code, Chapter 551.007, legal and personnel matters. The personnel being discussed in this item, were they addressed that this item was being brought to council? Notified?
I'm sorry.
The personnel being addressed in this line item, were they notified that they were being brought to council? The one that was brought from executive session regarding human resources and,
Yeah,
okay, it's not personnel matters
Yeah,
then.
not a-
Because that's what I noted.
yeah.
Okay, so that one is legal consultation. All right, it is 8:26. We will go into executive session. We have returned from executive session. We're here at open session at 10:26 PM. 23A, discussion and possible action regarding pending complaint filed against the police of chief. Council, if I could please have a motion on this item.
Make a motion to go ahead and, place the police chief on administrative paid leave due to a third-party investigation to be, filed against the complaint.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 5, Alberto Gomez. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I abstain.
Four. No. Three, 4.
Which item was that there?
23A. 4, and 1 abstain. Motion passes.
And that was, what was the motion there?
To place chief of police on administrative leave due to third-party investigation.
And
With pay.
we have a paid leave, authorizing Ms. Moran to lift that,
Oh, yeah.
right?
That was not what the motion was made. Councilmember Place 5, would you like to amend your,
I'll go ahead and add to that, he be placed on administrative leave pending third-party investigation with the authorization of city administrator one to, reinstate once the investigation is complete.
If appropriate, or, yeah, something
If-
like that, okay. At her discretion, yeah, okay.
initial motion amended? The motion was to place the chief of police on administrative leave due to a third-party investigation, giving
Paid,
the
paid
paid
administrative.
administrative leave, giving the city administrator the authority to lift the admin leave as seen appropriate. And it was second by
By me?
Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. I will ask for a vote again. All 4?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Sorry.
Abstain.
1 abstain. 4, and 1 abstain, motion passes. 23B, discussion and possible action on scope of work and parameters for independent evaluation on the City of Dilley Police Department. Okay. Ms. Moran, we have some questions regarding the parameters that will be looked at by the independent contractor for this evaluation of the City of Dilley Police Department. Can you share those with us?
I can share the proposal. That, I was asked to come back with a scope.
Can you tell me?
I
I know.
was asked to come back with scope of work and with a contractor to conduct the independent evaluation. So this is the proposal that I'm recommending that has the scope of works.
Can you go ahead and share the scope of work just for record? Yes.
So, I contacted Clear Career Professionals with regards to conducting an independent evaluation of our police department. And the discussion around the scope of work was going to deal with organizational and operational assessment. And so this company will look at the governance, the structure, and the administrative oversight, coordination between police department and city hall administrative oversight, structure and chain of command. For clarity, it will look at personnel hiring and professional development, hiring and promotional practices, compliance with state TCO licensing and certification requirements, personnel file management, HR coordination, and leadership and professional development. With regards to policies, procedures, records, and reporting, it will review written policies and standard operating procedures, complaint intake, investigation, disciplinary procedures, including whether citizens and internal complaints are being documented, are assigned for investigation, and are resolved with written findings. It will also look at records management and responsiveness to requests, incidents, arrest, and complaint report preparation, review, submission to prosecutors, and retention per Texas State Library requirements. It will also look at risk management and external coordination. It's going to review the Reserve Officer Program Administration, including timesheet documentation, outside employment practices, and risk pool compliance, workers' compensation and liability claims handling and coordination with county and regional law enforcement and prosecutorial partners. It will visit with our county attorneys and our DAs to see how we're doing with cases that are filed with them. Those will be looked at and evaluated. There will be a comprehensive recommendation. We will receive a detailed written report summarizing findings and offering prioritized actionable recommendations regarding governance, personnel, policies, procedures, record reporting, risk management, and interagency coordination. Any questions on the scope of work?
Council, do y'all have any questions, recommendations, concerns regarding the scope of work that's being presented?
One of the other things that is not here, and if I may ask that we include that, is the evaluation of our evidence, how we keep our evidence and our reporting requirements and how that is handled.
Ms. Moran, excuse me, in your past employment with any city, have you ever had one of these comprehensive assessments done with any police department?
No, sir. We've never had to ask for one.
So what made your decision to have a comprehensive assessment done with the Diddy Police Department?
So this is guided by what my observations have been with regards to everything that's outlined in the scope of work is my observation and the experience that I've encountered since I've been here with regards to this. This also has to do with outside information that I have received, complaints from citizens, and also information from other law enforcement agencies. And I believe I addressed that when I requested that we have the independent evaluation done. And I think in a way it works both ways because it can help us learn and improve with guidance from whatever the findings are, so that we can improve with any of these findings. And secondly, it also will address some of the concerns that were raised on the June 9th meeting as well. So I think this would be good for both the city and our police department, that we have these findings and gives us an opportunity to address them and make any findings that are raised, that we can correct them.
How close have you ever worked with any law enforcement or police department?
How close have I worked with them?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I've worked with them for 25 years, sir. I've been in this type of business for over that long. So I do have experience. I have reviewed other cities that have gone through the same process, who have faced similar situations. So we share similar situations with departments, not just the PD, but other departments as well. But these are observations, these are findings, these are things that I have documented as well. These are documented issues with personnel, hiring, policies. And again, like I said, some of the concerns that were raised regarding morale, issues with certifications, where do we stand with those? Policies that we may or may not have that need to be addressed. So this is a departmental comprehensive exam that I think the city would benefit from this.
I think we discussed this last meeting. That's why we have a proposal already.
Yes, sir.
We said
We
already.
did discuss it, and I was authorized to conduct this
Yeah.
independent evaluation. And the only thing that was before us is to accept the company that I am recommending. I did.
And the scope of work, because
And
that
the
was
scope.
asked to bring back
Yes,
to
ma'am.
us.
Well, initially we thought y'all were gonna need to go out for an RFQ,
Mhm.
in which case you have to describe what do you want the respondent to do, right? In this case, she's already identified and it's consulting service, so you don't need to do procurement for it. Y'all would need to figure out how you're gonna pay for it, if it's not in the budget right now. Or if it needs to wait until the next fiscal year, then y'all could include it in the proposed budget.
Well, my next question, Ms. Moran, for this, definitely, I mean, I think this should be open for any department, here as well, and City Hall, all these processes, same processes, the same thing. We need to do an assessment of our policies, our procedures and everything. So there's nothing against that. So, but my question is, I know we've had other audits within the police department, since we're speaking specifically for the police department. What is your plan once we get this study done? Because we also have two other, the TCO and the, remind me what the other one was, where the gentleman met with us about areas of improvement that needed to be done inside the police department to be in compliance?
Yes.
Okay, so, CJIS,
CJIS, there you go.
yes, so.
Yes, ma'am. Those are
what-
very different, ma'am. Those deal strictly with TCO requirements and the CJIS requirements. And to answer your question, Chief and I, as soon as we get the results of those audits,
Mhm.
like any other department that I've brought to you before, as soon as we find out the TCQ audits,
Right,
the
right.
gas, I act on them and I address them with the departments, and we create a plan of action. For example, I have brought you plans of actions for the Railroad Commission and how we're going to address future findings.
No, but I'm asking for the police department, because we haven't had a plan in action for those. I only know because I was part of those
Yes.
meetings, so I'm just
We
trying to
actually
see if
have
we're
addressed
going,
those. We have purchased some of the required.
that's
equipment.
along the same,
A lot
that's
of
what I'm
that,
saying.
yeah, a lot of that had to do with software. And we bought the managed,
I remember that
managed
proposal.
engine and with CJIS. And we are also looking at putting in the budget to address the infrastructure of the building and how it should be secure. So, I would go about the same way, whatever these findings, recommendations are, we're gonna address them.
Yeah, just
Working
for the
closely
record.
with the department. Yeah, I mean, just like we've done in the past with. That might.
Yeah, that's your city phone. Yes, okay. Little recess, please.
Motion or
We'll
no?
be back. Motion to recess,
Motion to recess.
10:41. Do I have a second? Second by Councilman
Yeah.
Place 4. All in favor? Any opposed? Recess at 10:42. Return from recess at 10:45. Thank you, council. Go ahead, Ms. Moran.
Yes, and Mayor, just to restate and emphasize the rationale for the request of this assessment is that I think we would all agree that we support an independent review of the public safety operations because we want to ensure that public safety operations are consistent with sound municipal governance. And we help ensure the department meets current professional standards. And we'd like to identify any organizational and operational gaps. And so that we can strengthen those findings and also have departmental accountability.
Most definitely. Like I said, I agree with that. I mean, maybe the next step, we're talking about police right now, but public safety, maybe public works will be next department, just so that we can make sure.
And it's like, I haven't seen what y'all are looking at. Is this a contract or just like a
It is.
letter of interest kind of?
Assessment proposal. with the scope of work. You haven't seen this? Okay,
Well, I mean, I don't really
Well-
need to see it unless it's a contract y'all are fixing to sign, in which case I'd like to see.
don't, it's not a
It
contract.
doesn't
It's
look
a
like a
proposal.
contract, it
It's
just
just a
states,
proposal.
yeah, it just states what they're gonna do, what they're gonna look at.
And it gives us the information of the individuals that are part of this organization that would be conducting
So it's
the
Just a
assessment
proposal.
proposal.
We'd have to get a contract.
We still have to do the contract, yes. Okay. And then, Ms. Moran, just to, all these, you mentioned that this was because of your observation and experience, you know, as our city administrator and then being in this position before, outside information, complaints, and other law enforcement entities, have these been addressed with our chief of police since it's pertaining to his department? These concerns?
We've had meetings.
Okay,
And, concerning, things that I have had, you know, for example, some complaints
Okay.
that have come to me and there's no reports
okay,
that have been done. I mean, we can get deep in this discussion, Mayor.
most definitely.
Or-
And it's all about the transparency, like, we
Exactly.
are out here to discuss
Yeah,
that, so, and it's no ill intentions, I
And I
don't.
think that that's why it's very, very written out, the scope, because it actually explains some of the concerns that we need to look at.
Right.
And, just to remind you all,
I'd like to make a motion.
yes,
I haven't asked for a motion, but. Okay, and I just wanted to clarify that and ask that. Thank you. So it is a proposal and it's not a contract.
Has the money been
So-
found for this expense? The monies? Has,
the monies,
yeah, where's it gonna come out from?
The funds,
The funds?
the funds,
And it's $10,000 and they want 5,000 upfront?
5,000,
So it's 10 total.
Mike, so I'm hearing.
she can't hear, it's a lot of echo from his microphone.
1, 2, 1.
So we will look for the funding through the departments without having to go through any amendment. And we can move line items to cover the cost. If we do have to come back for a budget amendment for the cost, we will bring that to the council.
So just to be clear, when you're moving money around in line items, that's a budget amendment.
It within the departments. An amendment is when you're bringing something that is new, that's not, there's a difference on the definition.
Well,
And it's not any different than council asking us to find monies for projects that were not funded and you wanting to fund this year. So,
Yeah, there's unexpected costs the city prepares for, and this would be one of those unexpected costs. And we've already
does-
talked about doing this and we said it's gonna benefit both departments, the police department and the city. And Chief in conversation said, I welcome an audit. So we're just doing this to better the department. That is it. And I think that's what we talked about last time. And that's what we agreed on. That's what we have already, a company that's gonna do the investigation. We already agreed on doing the investigation. So that's where we're at now. I think we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Alvarez. Mr. Alvarez. As our finance director, do you see, we're already at the last quarter of our budget? Are we in a healthy to allocate the 10,000 for this study?
Well, it's not in the budget.
Mhm.
But Mr. Alvarez, you just stated that, you just went over the financial report and we're in good standing for this year. So there is money.
Yeah,
We
it's not a
just need to
budget
find-
item. It's,
But no, what I said, I didn't think of what I said, it is not in the budget.
Right, and
like,
Like
fine,
the
like,
other items.
just like fines aren't in our budget. When we get fined $70,000, they're not in our budget, but we have to come up with that money.
yes,
I mean, would it?
Yeah,
It doesn't have to be a
yeah,
budget
we
item.
have a healthy fund to move, like she said, we would move some money over, you see, You're the one that sees the funds daily, so we're good. We're
Like,
doing it this
Is
way.
there $10,000 that won't get spent by the end of the fiscal year is the question.
Well, see, we're hoping to carry over.
Microphone, please.
The next budget that we can make it work. I would
Does
hope
that-
Microphone, please.
if, of course, there
He
will
can't
be
hear me.
10,000, I mean, we're not gonna go by the nothing.
Well, That's what they're asking, yeah, that there's,
And what that was,
yeah, they're asking if we create a line item right now, this is $10,000, where is that gonna get pulled from? Is there other funds that have extra money that's gonna go unspent that can be pulled into
my
that?
answer was, it was not in the budget.
And if they wanna put it in the budget, is there $10,000 that they can
Okay,
That's what I said.
move to that line?
thank you.
Yes.
That's what I said.
Thank you, Rudy.
If you go back and look at your financial report, you're going to see that there are some funds that are not spent at where we should be at 65% or 75, some of them.
Yes,
are
the
even-
percentages were
So
lower.
The percentages are lower.
Yeah,
That
he
means
just-
those
he just-
did not
Just
go-
stated it's a budget, it
Mhm.
can be pulled from the budget, so.
Yes. And Ms. Moran, and it's a fair question, just like other items before, even though we know
Totally
them.
understand what
Please
you're
don't interrupt
saying.
me.
Uh,
Let me finish.
But
It's a fair
I don't
question.
Appreciate you attacking me and thinking that I. that I-
No one's attacking you.
With the motion?
No one's attacking you. I want to ask before the motion, I'm sorry. Whoever's gonna put the motion, I recommend that if we could do this after the chief of police is back from admin leave with pay, because I'm pretty sure he's the one that knows where all the books and policies and what needs to get seen. You know, that's my recommendation for him to be back.
Do they need access to?
It describes in the proposal on the first page, they're gonna get access to all kinds of stuff. We're on the second.
I'm
page.
just stating that because of what they're proposing of doing.
Right,
Yeah,
and
it's in
he-
the
he-
documentation.
To see, to get the information from to aside, from officers, whoever does reporting and all that stuff, so.
On the second actual page, it says documentation and access required, and all of this will get entered into a contract before we move forward, but that, you can read that list, it covers everything they're gonna want access to.
So basically, this was already proposed, the information is already provided, we're just gonna make a motion to go ahead and move forward, we're not gonna move forward, right? Pretty much where we're at right now. So.
I mean, I'm gonna wanna review a contract, I'm not gonna advise y'all to sign a contract without I've seen it first. and I
Right, that's
haven't
what I'm
seen
saying.
it.
So she presented the information that what the investigation is gonna consist of. So all we need to do is make the motion where we're gonna move forward to pursue a contract, right?
Yes, that'd be
that's
my
what we're at right
recommendation
now.
is that.
Yes, and but Mr. Castillo's asking if y'all would consider holding off until chief of police returns or whatever happens from his current paid admin. leave.
Well, we already discussed, there's already people in place that could provide all that information, whether he was in that capacity or not, so I think
Well,
we just make a motion.
They, one of two things would happen, either they would tell you, we can't do the work
Complete
you're
the
asking
work.
us to do unless we can talk to your chief, or they're gonna say, we'll go ahead and proceed. The report's just gonna have an asterisk on it saying the parts that they was affected by that.
Or the
fact, right? So
completion date may take longer.
if they
until
can't do their
get
work, they'll
all
let
the
you-
information, they obtain all the information.
We'll let you know that.
But yes, to answer your question, correct, Mr. Gomez.
I mean, they describe a 2-week lead time to start the work and then 45 days to deliver the report, which is a pretty quick turnaround. So if we all want to not have it come back to you, the way to do that would be to go ahead and authorize Ms. Moran to sign a contract up to the stated amount, subject to legal review, something like that. And that way I can green light it if there's no issues, right? I'll get with them and go back and forth if we need to, but then in that case, it would need to come back to you.
Right, for us to approve the contract again.
Yes, because it's 10,000 and you know the scope of it. You understand what you're signing up for.
Alrighty. There's no further questions or discussion. I ask for a motion.
And this will require a budget amendment on the next agenda. Somehow we have,
Can you repeat that?
this will require a budget amendment because it's not a line item currently. So there will be a line item created And then this will, whatever funds are moved around, the current budget needs to be amended to reflect those expenses. But that can be done after the fact. That's fine.
There's a line item for contract services, so we would look at that line item.
And so that would be the answer. I needed to kind of know the answer now. If it's gonna come out of an existing line item that has an extra 10 grand in it,
There's
that's great.
There's consultants line items, there's a contract line item. And most of the departments have those line items.
Okay,
So
so
we would- that's why I'm saying, before we consider a budget amendment, we would look at,
an existing line item with 10,000 extra dollars in it. Got it. Okay.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to move forward with the possible action of the scope of work for the independent evaluation. Can I include here based on what this third-party company recommends, whether they need him present?
So if if they come back to us and say, we can't provide the
We can't
services
do
you're
the
asking,
services.
then it's gonna come back to you anyways, because we're kind of back at square one.
Mhm,
If they can proceed, given the current state of affairs, then
yes.
they'll do that. So,
Yeah, with,
um,
based on the recommendation that Mr. Castillo made.
so it's two different things. One, if you're asking, can the consultant do the work without talking to chief? That, we won't know that until we talk to the consultant. If you're saying we want to delay this until after the complaint is resolved and then proceed with this, that would be more putting like a timer on this, like a delay. A condition before we sign the contract, so to speak, because they have a 2-week lead time. So once we sign the contract, within 2 weeks, they're saying, we're gonna come down here and start looking at your documents, and interviewing employees and doing all their work, what they're gonna do.
my recommendation is authorize me to enter into a contract and move forward with this. And if there's anything that may or may not be done within that timeframe, I would bring that to council. But just to move this forward.
We'd authorize Ms. Moran to sign a contract with the terms described here, subject to legal review, is what I would recommend.
Okay, so the motion
Please have a
would be
motion.
can you
State your motion, please.
Okay, making a motion to possible action on going forward with the scope of work for the independent evaluation and
Authorize Ms. Moran
authorizing Ms. Moran
to enter into a contract,
to what?
to enter into a contract
Enter a contract
based on this
on the
proposal,
scope, on the proposal,
subject
Okay.
to legal review
subject to review.
legal review
Legal
for the
review.
contract, yeah. That's perfect.
And just state the police department.
For the police department.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Place 3, Marisa Torres. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 5, Alberto Gomez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right.
3, 4, 2 against. Motion passes. Item 23C, discussion and possible action on replacement of city attorney.
So my boss, Frank, got a certified letter from Ms. Moran. Basically, I'd already let him know, but it was a formal request, with y'all's direction from the last meeting. There is no one else available on the nights y'all currently schedule your meetings. If you were to move your meeting date, we could circulate that again and ask who's available, but right now there's not anyone. I also understand y'all voted separately to go out for an RFQ. Has that happened yet?
Ms. Moran, has that been posted, the RFQ? For legal? Okay.
Mr. Beck, when did your firm get the certified letter?
Last week, maybe? I don't,
No, it's been
couple weeks. Something like
I
that.
think there's a question over here from place 3 or 4.
I'm sorry, Mayor. We're discussing if maybe we could change our meeting dates to Thursday instead of Tuesdays. If everybody's,
I won't know until I go check, but
I'm sorry.
she was asking, what, would we have someone available? I said, I'd have to go check. Yeah.
I think we can give direction for city administrator to work with our current legal for availability based on dates and then bring that back to council to decide on a future date. Future change of
So y'all,
city meeting dates.
y'all want to do it where we see who's available which nights? Because what we have in our firm, it's a calendar of a generic month where is everybody on the first Monday, on the third Monday, on the first Tuesday, right? Like it just goes down. So it's pretty easy to look at that and see the blanks and say, we have people available on this date. Is that what y'all are asking, is to come back and say, if you went to the third Thursday or this or that, who would be available?
It's still better for us.
Third Thursday?
Whether.
Thursdays are good. I mean, I guess we're just gonna decide either the first, second, third.
And I know we refrain on Wednesdays because others have church on
Mhm.
Wednesdays too. That would be my only concern about that, but.
I think it just works better because it's at the end of the week, but that's just me.
Thursday is good for me.
So if I understand this correctly, just for clarification, you wanting to change your date of your meetings to see if the same firm can accommodate and appoint someone to represent us and not go out for an RFQ?
No, the RFQs
Don't
happens.
No,
We don't want-
we still need to go out for our. Yeah.
So the first, no,
Yeah,
I don't think we're
It
jumping
doesn't
at you.
make sense to me.
The RFQ,
If we're gonna change a meeting so we can accommodate a city attorney when we're gonna go out for a city attorney.
And that's why the
Yeah.
first question was, have we posted for the RFQs?
And
Yeah.
y'all were in discussion, but.
no,
ready,
they voted and directed,
We
to
haven't
go-
voted yet.
y'all did.
Oh,
You
the
voted
first
to
time.
go for an RFQ,
Yes.
which I'm saying it probably should have been posted by now and it hasn't. That's okay. When it does get posted though, if a different firm responds, then it's a moot issue, which is what Frank wrote back in his letter. I don't know if y'all ever all got a copy of his letter, but you can pass it around if you want, but it's if you end up going with a different firm, then that makes it an easy call because we don't have to go rearrange our schedule and everything. So
So basically, we could keep continuing until we complete the RFQ, right? And then
bringing
it's an
someone in,
option.
That just as a practical matter, bringing someone, if someone starts covering your meeting next month, right? They don't know anything about the city. When I took over for Molly, I had an advantage because I was her backup and I'd covered y'all's meetings before I took over full time. But I don't have a backup like that that's covering for me. So I mean, I do have someone assigned, but I never use them. So when someone starts coming out here, they're gonna need to get up to speed. By the time they get up to speed, you might have a new firm coming in, right? So it's up to y'all. I'm just saying if you're going after RFQs, it may be wise to just wait, get the responses back, and then this all becomes moot if you've got a different firm coming in.
I think that's what I'm saying. Again, I didn't.
We'll circulate it. It's not attorney-client.
Executive session, so I don't.
Okay.
Copies.
It's, contracts are all, how y'all spend public funds is always gonna be transparent. So our contract, our rates, all of that's transparent. The reason I need the RFQ to go out is that apart from whether y'all switch someone within our firm has to decide whether we want to respond or not, or, separate mutually that way and help y'all get someone else. Y'all's rates haven't been updated since 2018 when Molly started. So if an RFQ is issued, that will probably be part of that discussion is, applying with a different set of rates, but that's above my pay grade. I'm not a manager at the firm, so.
Mr. Castillo, I think you requested this item. Do you have any questions, clarifications that you need, or how you want to follow through with?
Well, my original line item was to speak about this, but also of appointing legal services. Because I believe technically Texas, we don't have to go for RFQs for legal.
If y'all have somebody you want to sign up with, we will help you transition. We'll be more than happy to transfer the files and get y'all signed up with somebody else. You don't have to go for procurement. A lot of cities do it just because it's an easy way to get names, but it's
Yeah.
professional services. So your
And
auditor.
and the reason I worded that way was because the last time when we went for RFQs,
We were the only ones.
yeah, we're the only ones,
Yeah.
you know.
There was another one. I found another one that submitted a proposal.
I don't think they showed up to the meeting.
I
They
think
were,
and their cost was more,
yeah.
but they are a well-known firm also that does a lot of trainings and things.
Yeah.
Uh,
I would love to do training with y'all, by the way,
Yeah.
if it ever comes
uh,
up.
The so
So when will these, I mean, either we're gonna appoint somebody, or when is this going to be posted for the procurement process?
this will be posted, advertised August the 12th and August the 19th.
Okay,
to be
so it already went out for
advertised.
this week.
Yes, they're gonna go out, well, we're wanting to post them for, no, the 19th, I'm sorry, August the
So
19th.
if y'all want our firm to apply, she's
Mhm.
gonna need to send me a copy. This is the first time hearing that the RFQ is going out, so I would have liked notice of that, but that's fine.
Okay, we'll just, I mean, just make sure we follow the process. I mean,
Of an RFQ?
mhm.
Yes,
I mean,
we're following the process. And,
I'm
we
just
do
saying, I don't monitor the local papers, so if she doesn't tell me that an RFQ has been issued, we may not respond, in which case.
I will be sending
And
your
then we-
firm as requested in the letter that you
Mhm.
all would be interested in applying.
and any, I mean, any other firm that we
I-
know of, we can send it out to them as
I
well.
have gotten some names from other cities that with I've made some contacts with other cities. So I do have a list. And then I will also go on TML and look and see
Mhm.
who else, what other attorneys have responded to some of the notices that are posted on TML. So
Yeah.
there's a plan to cast a wider net. I don't know in the past how this
was.
RFQ was, other than published in the paper,
Mhm.
were letters sent out to the firms. If you will notice that the proposal packet is a little more detailed than what, I looked at the previous one, and it kind of lacked, some scope of work that needed to be outlined in here. It does talk about the scoring, how we'll look at when we evaluate. It's like any RFP that we get from grants when we go out for consultants or engineers. It's similar to that, where we will have the scoring criteria, we will evaluate them, we're asking them for their qualifications and a letter of interest and things like that. So it's a little more involved. But I think that's a good thing because that gives us an idea of, you know,
Of what is out
what's
there.
out there. And I do have.
And y'all, and if the need is immediate, right? You can terminate our contract anytime and
We can continue.
and that's fine. You don't have to have an attorney on staff if you're looking for one, so you can, and we also, all over the state, function as interim city attorneys, so if it's a really urgent thing, we can go find you another firm. They might not sign up to be your attorney forever and ever, but they'll sign up to do it for 90 days while you look, you know? So we wouldn't leave y'all without legal services. If you don't want to be with our firm anymore, that's totally okay, right? Like, and that can happen real quick, in which case we would bring in one of our colleagues, like meaning another firm that we know could come in, and which we do all the time for each other. We'll do a 90-day letter or something. They're not, again, agreeing to stick around full time, but they'll pick up the phone if you call, right? So if that's something I want to do, you can put it on the agenda for the next meeting and we can get
So,
ready to do that.
so let's just, so right now, like, for instance, if I want to make a motion, I can't motion of appointing anyone because it's not in the wording, correct?
Correct. It would need to be.
It has to be,
And when you say appoint someone, what do you mean?
yeah, just to name, for instance.
Well, it would be enter into a contract with a firm unless you're going to hire an employee to be your attorney. Like you can hire an in-house attorney, in which case they're an officer of the city, right? Like
Mm.
just like a city secretary or something like that.
Can you
What
repeat
y'all
that again?
wouldn't do- What's that?
Can you repeat that again?
So y'all can if you wanted to hire an attorney to be your in-house attorney, like the city of San Antonio has a whole department of lawyers that are just San Antonio's lawyers,
Mhm.
right? If y'all want to hire a lawyer to be just the city of Dilley lawyer, that person then becomes an employee and an officer of the city, right? What y'all have done previously with us is contracted. We're a vendor, we're a contractor. So you contract with the whole firm. It's not just me, like I am not your city attorney, the firm is, right? If you're talking about an RFQ, that's probably what you're gonna get back is our firm or another one like us that has lots of lawyers, right? If you're looking for a single person to appoint as your city attorney, that's different than how y'all have been doing it, is what I'm saying. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because we've always gone for RFQs
Like,
or RFPs. We've
well, I
always
just mean,
gone-
are they in-house or out-of-house? Like, if I don't get a called, y'all don't get a bill at the end of the month, right?
Mhm.
An in-house attorney, you're paying them a salary, whether they work or not. You pay them just like your city secretary, your city administrator or whatever.
No,
So-
this would be
Most small cities can't afford to do that, which is why firms like ours
no, this would
exist.
be this change will be contractual,
So it wouldn't be an appointment then. It'd be entering into a contract with another firm.
And then you would make
So-
a motion to.
So hypothetically, if my motion was to appoint X firm
You can't,
within due of,
there wouldn't be a point, there's nothing to appoint them to because there's not a position like,
It's
You
not an
guys,
open
they're
position.
available too.
You would make a
like
motion.
the city secretary is a officer within the city, you appoint someone to that
Mhm.
spot. Y'all could create a city attorney position that's a salaried position in the city,
see,
right?
that's where
And appoint
I
someone
guess,
to that.
I guess I didn't understand the law because it said we can appoint a law firm or just a city attorney, doesn't matter, or general law A, B, or
Mm.
home rule, that's where,
They would be like an officer though, they
but
would be.
it doesn't, it doesn't
appointed.
state that they become an employee.
No, but you.
Well,
but
like to
you're
remove,
asking-
the city secretary or to remove your like other office, the police chief, you need a 2/3 majority to remove a municipal officer. That would then apply to the attorney. We don't like doing it that way because if y'all want to fire us, just fire us. I don't need a vote, right? Like I don't need to make a higher threshold for a vote. So so we don't want to be appointed. And most firms are like that. Like we prefer to be an independent contractor. We're not salaried, right? There's no retainer. You pay as you go. You get billed for the services rendered, right? There's not like
It's not a.
it's not like a
set
salary
for
where if
the-
you don't call the attorney at all month, he still collects a salary if he's in-house. What we would call in-house versus.
So to answer your question, you would not make a motion to appoint because we don't have a position to appoint somebody in that position.
But y'all have a
The
meeting.
contract for service. So you could appoint, you can make recommendation to city administrator to enter into a contract with XYZ,
Yeah.
Oh,
In which case you don't need to do the
the
RFQ.
RFP.
And what I was saying is there's a hybrid there where you do the RFQ, but like as soon as this next meeting, we put on the agenda, terminate our contract and enter into a contract with someone else on a temporary basis, right?
Mhm.
For 90 days or to whenever the RFQ is resolved. And then that would get y'all coverage with someone other than us and me specifically until the RFQ gets responses.
So how big is your law firm, Austin?
Ours?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that the
I think
the
we're like
deal here is that
26.
everybody has meetings at the same time. So you can't afford,
Well, we don't all do municipal law, so it's just, we have a municipal law division, on city attorneys, there's. I want to say maybe 8 of us, something like that, that are full-time city attorneys. There's like
Municipality.
24 attorneys on the firm though, some of which assist us with other things like Justin Nail.
But the reason you say that you have nobody available because pretty much all cities hold a meeting on the same day.
Mondays and Tuesdays, I can tell you, are super popular, and that's going to be true of whatever firm you want to do. Wednesdays and Thursdays, we do a lot of other entities. So we do like economic development corporations, we do housing authorities, we do other things like that. Some cities as well, but Monday through Thursday are all busy days. I mean, I have a meeting every Monday, every other Tuesday, and most Thursdays. There's like, and that's true of everybody in there, you know. But if initially what y'all described too, we can do, I can bring you the calendar. You can look at it yourselves and say, here's the dates that are open with so-and-so, right? Like, and then it's up to that person whether they're wanting to make the commitment to work for you, obviously, but you
said
can
makes
ask them.
sense to move dates, and I agree with it.
Makes more sense to move the date to a different, like instead of a Tuesday to Thursday.
You could, but we don't know if we go through.
I don't know off the top of my head who's available which days.
Yeah,
I know
it's
I'm busy at least 2 Thursdays.
Better chance of getting someone
Yes, the current,
available
change dates.
from your law firm.
the second Tuesday we know is blocked. That's the only one I asked about, and it's blocked. There's no one available. So, but if y'all are willing to open up to other days, then that's fine. We can bring back a list of.
So based on the letter that was sent back from Frank, right now, we don't know, we just know that nobody's available for the date. we
For the
have.
night y'all asked about, your currently scheduled meeting,
Yes.
there is no one else available and willing to do the
So
training.
if council is this, if this is a priority, whether we're doing RFP or replacement of Austin, just give authority to city administrator to review the calendar, bring it back to us on if a change of date is needed, or if there's somebody available on Tuesday within the firm until we get RFPs, then we'll replace them.
I mean, we're all on various experience levels. I've been doing this for 8 years. You know, Frank's been doing it for 30 something. And we have some that are all in between, right? So whoever's available, we'll be glad to give you their resume, their background, how could talk to them. But it also works both ways, right? I don't think anyone would want an attorney like forced to come work for them, right? Like and I don't know, it would be up to them as well, right? So, but we can do all that. We can bring other names and their availability, and then y'all can pick and talk to those folks. Whatever y'all want to do, we just need to know if you want to do something, we can, and it's going to require action. We can have it done as soon as y'all's meeting here on the 22nd or whatever.
The change of meeting dates may be needed, but I don't think we should move that now without knowing whether, whoever we choose from the RFP, what days they're available.
Well, they
or
may,
the other.
my recommendation would be in the RFQ, I would include city council willing to move dates. You'll get a whole bunch more responses that way from
Instead
firms
of
like
the
ours.
second
That will,
Tuesday.
yeah,
Do y'all have any?
I would include language that says we're willing to move our dates, that they're not set in stone, because you'll get a whole bunch more responses. We turn down work all the time because we look at the RFQ and say, no, we don't have anybody.
It's only
available.
specific to that one day.
Well, yeah, they say we need,
Yeah.
these are our meeting dates. If we don't, our first step in thinking, are we going to respond, is to look at our calendar and say, do we even have an attorney we could put in front of council to say, I'm available, right? If we don't have that, we don't bother responding. So.
Motion, please.
It doesn't even necessarily need to be a motion. There's not really any action tonight, because the answer currently is there's no one that we can send from my firm to replace me on your current dates. But if y'all want to give us
Just an update
direction,
then?
And Ms. Moran?
yeah, I mean, that's the
Could you
answer.
contact their law firm and see if anybody's available on a Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
And maybe then we can possibly consider
I can send the managing partner
I
response.
will
eligibility
do
of
it.
others.
It doesn't need to be this formal. I'm more than happy. I want y'all to, my client is the city. It's not staff. It's not the council. The city as an entity is my client, and I want that to be protected and served well. So whatever that takes, I'm going to do it, because I have an ethical duty That's just how I'm wired. But getting other names and the days they're available is easy. We can send that roster to all of you with resumes. You can look at them all and come ready to talk on who you want to ask to take my place. That's fine. And we can put that as an agenda item as quickly as this next meeting, because I don't want to, I mean, I'm not interested in serving a council that doesn't want me, right? I have other clients. I will go work for them, and that's all good. It happens. I've been here many times, so, and I'll be here many more. It's part of the job.
All right, so there's no motion needed. This was,
I just need direction from you. Well, if that is that the direction y'all want,
I would like that.
names and dates of availability. Okay, we can do that.
item 23D, discussion and possible action regarding the status of tort claims, including legal advice, potential liability, litigation strategy, and the city's legal options. This was just an update, no action, correct, Austin? It was just an update on
This was
to
for,
bring council up to status with the tort claims.
yes. That is one though that we will table because given the coverage outcomes on some of those, there's gonna be, y'all are gonna need to decide on those whether you want. And I will look at them and have a better handle on them when we talk again, but you're gonna need to decide who's gonna respond, whether you want our firm to handle it or if you want to find
into a
a different firm. And that's gonna be different for each of those claims. Some of them might be no good, some of them might be, and they're all in various stages as well. So we will look at that.
Okay, as recommended by legal counsel, can I get a motion to table this item?
Motion to table.
Motion by Councilmember Place One, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda. All in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? Motion passes to table item. 23E, discussion and possible action resulting from executive session regarding whether to accept the donation of certain real property to the city.
I think we come to the decision of going ahead and doing it, correct? But first making sure that everything was cleared with the
Yes,
deeds and
additional properties.
Mhm.
Is there any discussion that y'all want to have at this moment regarding this item? If there's not, I ask for a motion.
Make a motion that we move forward with the property donation and that appoint the city administrator to look into that and the attorney about the other two properties, make sure it is legal.
Motion made by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
Second. Okay.
Second by Councilmember
Torres.
Place Three, Marisa Torres. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
And that's one that'll go back to y'all. It's probably not gonna be something that's ready for your very next special meeting. That's probably like a next regular meeting. It's gonna take
Yeah.
time to get the title company and get with all
Yeah, exactly.
the donor and everything. Yes. Mhm. It'll be the same process we did before. Just
Item
different
21, discussion regarding proposed professional services contract for human resources and website social media administration services pursuant to Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. Okay. We discussed legal counsel regarding whether or not we can go forward with this. We did receive that. Now we're here to discuss an open session regarding the request from city administrator as to her proposal for going out for these professional services.
Ms. Miranda, is this something that you feel you need to move the city forward? And that we can afford it?
I feel that we do need some of these services, because it's something that we need to address at some point in time. We can certainly, propose, bring it back during the budget year, for the new budget and see if council wants to consider including, in the line item for contract services, something like this, which would be similar to contracts like what we have with BBNA, other contracts that we have for consulting services. If we can bring that back at that time during the budget workshops, if y'all would like, think about it a little more. But like I explained to you all, we do have all these things that are coming up, and some of our limits, staffing wise. But, and especially the concern with the election that's coming up with the gas system and the onboarding of the insurance benefits. Once we sign those up, that'll have to happen. The election, and then of course right now we're working on the budget. So those were some of the things, and then of course keeping up with the city's website. But again, council wishes to table this and just give me some direction, and we can bring it back as a line item in the proposed budget and see.
You feel we can wait that long, or something we need?
Probably not, because of the fact that there are deadlines to deal with right now with like a budget, and then with the election coming up. That's another one that we're going to have to address. I've instructed our city secretary to contact the Frio County elections administrator to see what it would cost to run the election for us for the gas utility, the sale of the gas utility system, which that election is going to be held in November. So if we take that on, there's a lot of deadlines and hearings that we need to meet. So we have that. Let's see what else. Those were the main concerns.
When does onboarding occur? In the beginning of the?
No, it's after the budget has passed, then the company, the consultants will come back and will start signing up the employees for insurance. And then we have to go back into the Encode system and enter all the, what they choose, what insurance benefits packets that they select. All of that has to go into the system.
Could someone possibly be cross-trained with a stipend?
We could.
For the time being?
We probably could. But again, given, speaking with how we're like so stretched so thin, we have utility billing clerks who are going to be busy with the installation of the meters. They're going to have to do that meter swap, that database that Encode's they're going to be working directly with Encode to make sure all those meters are changed over and they're all given. I think Franny can explain that process a little more, but that person they're going to be busy with that. And then you have the HR that's, that we would need help with. And then you have the city secretary who will be doing the budget and the postings for the budget, and then the election stuff. So.
Would you be able to put something together? I'm sorry. Something like, so we could see more of a visual of what it would need and what it would cost, maybe for the next meeting,
I can bring back at the next meeting. Just need some guidance on what you all would like to see. If y'all want some more in-depth explanations of all the work that we have and what can be assigned
Yes.
Well, my thing is
Stop
like,
and-
would this be like someone you would hire, like a part-time, full-time, contract service?
This one would be as needed, kind of like, um, okay, we need help at this time, so we would reach out to them and they would bill us at that hourly rate. It would be as needed. It wouldn't be, on a set scheduled date or anything like that. It's as needed, kind of like the way we have Miss Pyatt right now, as needed. If we need help with, right now, but the reconciliation is the big one that we were doing, and then helping with some of the reports. This would be very similar if the individual staff responsible for some of this work needed some help with the insurance onboarding, or city clerk needs some help if the city's going to take on the actual putting on the election for the guests, needing help with that. If we need help with our flyers, information that needs to go out to the public with all these changes regarding the installation of the meters. We have other projects that are coming on that we need to inform them about, things like that, that they can do remotely and then just bill us for that time. But I can bring back some more details for y'all and maybe help answer some of these questions at the next meeting,
Yeah.
Which is next week, the
the
18th,
20th.
or 20th, sorry, we did move it to the 20th.
I mean, if that's the direction you all want to go. And I can also have an opportunity to look at the budget a little closer as well. And
Like, would this be something also that would be budgeted like for next year as a full-time position, like an HR director?
yes, I was planning on doing that. I know that I've talked to a few of you regarding, some budget, I mean, not budget, reclassification of some positions. So yes, I am planning to bring those back to you all. I think this is just like a temporary while we get through all these projects that we're getting, and election.
Just to get to the end of the year?
Yeah, just to get us through, but I do plan to bring, during the budget workshop, some, proposals for reclassification of positions or new positions for y'all to consider that may address some of this, work.
And the website social media position, we proposed it last year, but unfortunately it was one that we had to cut so that we could balance. It was a new
Yeah.
position we wanted to add, but because of the balancing of the budget, we unfortunately could not see that through.
Yeah.
So definitely be something to entertain.
Yeah. And again, that's another reason why maybe sometimes you would want a contract as needed basis, because if you can't bring someone full-time, like Mayor stated, maybe on a contractual basis where there's no benefits or anything that have to be paid out. But
Chris, are you available to take care of our website?
can still maintain our website and what have you. Yeah, because I will tell you all, there are going to be some capital improvement projects that need to be addressed, and y'all are aware of what some of those are. So those are we'll be ranking those for you as well to consider.
Bring it back next meeting.
Yes,
May
that
I?
would be recommendation. Motion, please.
A motion of tabling this item, but giving Ms. Moran the direction of bringing all the information for the next special meeting on the 20th.
Motion made by Councilmember Place One, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place Three, Marisa Torres. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes.
General information.
Believe everything is
Thank you.
taken care of on that, correct?
Right,
We can
24.
move on to 24. General announcements. Oh, no. I rescind that. We need to address item number 12. Discuss, consider, and act on fiscal year 2026, 2027 proposed budget workshop dates. We had tabled this to bring back after executive session. You were given the proposed schedule of events.
This one?
Yeah, no, this one. What you have for Exhibit A is the initial council workshops that were proposed. Staff, did y'all find out about the deadlines? I'm asking finance director and city administrator. Oh, thank you, Mr. Alvarez.
Ms. Moran?
Ms. Moran?
Mr. Alvarez left. Um, did you find out about the deadlines? Did he- Oh, okay.
I will send y'all are good to meet for the 22nd. Okay. I think that means the 24th
Mhm.
or the 29th of August are I think in y'all's case, it's the 29th, but assuming we get notice posted tomorrow, I mean, on the website, you have to put your budget hearing and all that, notice up tomorrow. So, and there's some tax rate info that I don't know if it's been posted or not, but that needs to be posted as soon as possible as well. They haven't adopted a proposed rate though.
Yeah, they did.
That was a notice of an
There was
intent.
a notice of intent. We didn't
Yeah.
do the,
Um,
we're gonna publish in the website.
That's the budget here. So tomorrow I will write up an email to Yolanda and to Natasha and with the deadlines and make sure you do have enough time to meet them. It will probably require meeting on the 22nd and at least one other special meeting at the end of September, because you've got to wait 30 days from the date you do your budget before you can adopt your tax rate. So at minimum, you're waiting until the last week of September, and it absolutely has to be done by September 30th. So, but y'all are good. We will get it sorted. Just make sure y'all get a quorum on the 22nd. If you don't, we're gonna be in a tough spot.
okay. Also, if you can include me in that email communication as well.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so then we don't have a motion actually, we do need to make a motion for the Saturday, the 22nd. Right?
We can call a meeting. You can call a meeting as the mayor without
Right, without the,
a motion. It's more about getting everyone's schedule. Like,
Okay.
it doesn't do you any good to call a meeting if everyone's gonna be out of town, right? So
right,
if we have a quorum that can commit to the 22nd, then we'll get all the paperwork ready for that. Yeah.
if it's a special meeting, you need 4 council. Yes.
You're gonna need 4 people plus the mayor, so 4 council members.
Alrighty, it's the busiest time of the year. Okay,
24.
we will, item 25 adjournment, we will.
Not
adjourn-
24?
24?
There
Oh, general announcement.
different announcements?
24 general announcements. Do we have any general announcements aside from the elderly day tomorrow? Starts at 10 a.m. till 12.
The cleaning of the meter boxes.
Okay. Do you have a general announcement?
Should you get the signature? Should you get the signature?
For the elderly. Oh, yes, we'll have a sign.
I don't know if I could mention this, but I discussed about the employee. But
Oh, yes.
can this be discussed or no?
General announcement, I mean, basically, we would like to propose to do something for the employees. Maybe do a little cooling, some raspas or things like that on one Friday and give them out to all the staff, just as a little.
Something from the mayor and council to them. I was thinking of reaching out to Elvira's,
Elvira Mia Cafe.
and see if she could do like fruit cups and the aguas frescas, something like that for this upcoming month.
It's an odd all-day activity or is it just,
Like a certain time.
No, like they come from like 10 to 12 or something, you know, and they come and pick up their.
You can buy the food, I can cook up, right? I can cook the food. Which would be more, meaningful
Personal,
content.
meaningful.
If we have a date, I would like to be part of that, yeah. And do the prep and do it for them. I think it's more personal.
I have a snow cone machine, I have a popcorn machine.
I
That's,
could-
that's where it's in general
Okay.
announcements, so we get everybody's ideas in, so. Okay, Mr. Castillo, you will let us know what date and we will work with that,
Okay.
okay?
Well, I'll get with Ms. Moran too, because she'll be the one that could get in contact with all of us, because I can't reach out to all of us. And see when it's a good Friday
Yeah.
to get together.
Okay,
September?
September.
September? Is September okay?
And no way football game.
Great, after we celebrate, to be done with the budget. Everybody's working so hard.
all right.
Yeah.
Does anybody else have general announcements? No, all right. Item 25, adjournment. We adjourn at 11:42 PM.
That's